네, 안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. 예, 아이고 감사합니다. 그래요. 지금 우리 사실 제가 많이 경험하면서 우리 학부모나 그리고 우리 학생들은 세상에서 제일 바쁜 사람인 거 제가 잘 알고 있거든요. 그래서 진짜 귀중한 시간 내주셔서 감사드리고요. 그리고 학생들한테는 굉장히 좀 모티베이션이 되는 그런 시간이 되도록 좀 준비했거든요. 단순히 뭐 마케팅이라든지 학교 입학이라든지 뭐 이런 것보다는 더 중요한 게 좀 있다. 왜 이런 것들을 얘기를 해주려고 하는 것 같아요. 제 자신도 그 상담을 하면서 정말 많은 걸 배우고요. 정말 깊이 있는 질문 가지고 얘기하다 보니까 정말 좀 알지 못하는 분야를 제가 또 공부를 해야 되고요. 예, 이런 부분이 좀 있는 것 같아요. 그래요. 오늘 준비를 하긴 하는데 지금 이렇게 할게요. 지금 이렇게 에듀케이션 포럼이라는 제목으로 달았거든요. 그래서 좀 생소할 수 있을 것 같아요. 좀 뉴스라든지 뭐 그죠? TV라든지 왜 이런 데서 쓰는 용어인 것 같아요. 그래서 약간 저도 그죠? 익숙하진 않는데 포럼은 약간은 좀 우리가 대화를 좀 더 하는 거거든요. 그죠? 그다음에 물론 뭐 질문에 압박은 드리진 않을게요. 하지만 언제든지 질문할 수 있도록 기회를 좀 드리고요. 그리고 그 좀 그죠? 뭐 뭐랄까 좀 격식이라든지 왜 이런 것보다는 약간 좀 격식을 풀고요. 그다음에 저는 항상 교육은 이런 거라고 생각을 해요. 그 뭐랄까 뭔가 가르쳐 주는 게 아니라 질문 통해서 교육이 된다는 생각을 많이 하거든요. 그러면 질문을 많이 할 수 있는 분위기를 만들어 주는 게 훨씬 중요하다. 그런 생각을 좀 많이 해요. 그래서 물론 제가 그렇게 하는데도 불구하고 하지 않는 사람이 있는 거 분명히 알아요. 하지만 우리가 톱 대학교를 생각하고 의대를 생각을 하고 그다음에 사회에서 뭔가 자기 역할을 생각한다라고 하면 꼭 그 부분이 중요하다는 것을 좀 인식해 주시면 좋을 것 같고요. 그래서 어렵게 온 만큼 제가 그 굉장히 좀 뭐랄까 의미 있는 시간으로 만들어 주도록 제가 할게요. 그래요. 그러면 제가 좀 소개를 해줄게요. Okay, so Yasmin, can you introduce your friends? Okay.
Hi, very good afternoon to everybody, and thank you very much for coming.
This is close.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Um, oh, stand here. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming today. I know it's your national holiday, so thank you for taking the time. We are very excited to be here in Seoul and in Korea just to give you information and give you some insights on how do you strategize your applications to top universities. But actually, more than that, is to give you an opportunity to provide a platform for your children and for students to get on this aspirational learning journey. And through this process, what we really aim for is for you to enjoy this process. Enjoy the process, discover your passion, build strategy for your passion, build evidence for your passion, and then, of course, getting into top universities is obviously an outcome, but more than that, the outcome that we're really aiming for is for you to gain so much more knowledge, improve your academics, enjoy what you're doing, and the outcome as a byproduct will be hopefully your university destinations. I came to the UK as an international student, so I'm from Malaysia. I did my Form 5, which I believe it will be here in Korea will be year 10, grade 10, year 11, depending on the year 11, GCSE equivalent. So I completed that, and then I was the third best in the country, top in my state. And I went to the UK on a scholarship to study my A-levels there. And then I did natural science at Cambridge. And after graduating, I was waiting for my research grant. I was doing something in genetics. And whilst I was waiting for my research grant, that was in Cardiff in Wales, I started tutoring. And I started tutoring children from my neighborhood. These were kids who went to a normal state school, but weren't quite doing very well in their school. They were getting E and D grades, and they ended up getting A's and A stars. And I still remember it was a cultural shock for me because a parent came to see me and said, "We're very happy with the C grade." And of course, coming from Malaysia, that was unheard of. I think my parents would have stopped talking to me if I had a C grade. So I came from that. So that was a cultural shock to me. So I worked with British kids. getting into, students who then end up getting fantastic results. I went on to set up Cardiff Sixth Form College, and then it topped the league table. So that was set up in 2008. It topped the league table in 2010, and that was actually quite disruptive at the time because it was the first time in the history of British education that a sixth form college run by a foreigner topped the league table with British kids who were non-selective students. They were not the top students from their school. And not only that, they went on to get fantastic university destinations. Over time, then we started receiving applications from students from overseas, started off from Hong Kong and other countries, and then it became a predominantly international college. And then it continued we continued to top the league table since 2010. I moved to Oxford International College in 2017. I took an unranked school and topped that in the league table by 2019. And more importantly, my team and I, we have sent over thousands of students to top universities. But my mission here today is really, just as an international student from an international background, is to really introduce you firsthand to my colleagues here from the university so that you can hear firsthand what they're looking for when you apply to these universities. Because this process of expectation, of course, you want to aim for these universities, but it's really crucial that through this process, we don't lose the enjoyment, the discovery of the passion, and through that, actually, you do gain the outcomes as well. But you've got to understand what the strategy is, provide opportunities for the children to actually engage in discovering their passion, and then you will see the results. So really, that's really the mission here today. And we will leave you with tangible action points as well. So we're not just going to give you information, we will leave you with tangible action points that you can take to help your children or for the students to help themselves as well. So I hope you enjoyed today's session. We're going to have a forum first, and then it will be followed by certain workshops. And of course, if you have questions, by all means ask your questions, because this is a great opportunity to have the superstars of the G5 universities here from Imperial, Oxford, and Cambridge. So I think it's a very unique opportunity, and I know that this very seldom happens where academics from the universities would come and talk to you. So I think this is a great. So please do ask questions. I know we come from a culture that we don't ask questions because that's the same in Malaysia. But I really urge you to do so because it's one in a lifetime opportunity to meet academics from these universities, so you can hear firsthand what they want. Because there are three things I've understood from their talks. They're looking at academic ability at the time when you apply. They're looking at the teachable factor, and they're looking at your potential as you will be taught at university. So that's what the three things I've gained listening to all of them speaking in Hong Kong over the last few days. So really, it's just to understand that better. So I'm going to pass the mic to them, and they can introduce themselves. So I'm really excited that they're here. So I hope you gain a lot from today. Is there anything you want to translate? Or?
그래요. 굉장히 좀 말을 빨리 했는데 이분이 카디프 식스폼을 만들었었거든요. 그리고 사실 전 2년은 사실 카디프 식스폼에서 있었고, 그다음에 10년 전쯤이었거든요. 그래서 그때 학생이 한 40명 정도 있을 때 이제 좀 만나기 시작했어요. 그때 이후로 계속 톱을 하고 있는 거예요. 그리고 어떤 이유 때문에 옥스퍼드 인터내셔널 칼리지로 옮겼는데, 사실 그때는 카디프 떨어지는 사람들이 옥스퍼드 인터내셔널 칼리지에 있었거든요. 근데 갑자기 1, 2년 만에 또 톱이 되고, 그러니까 여기는 그냥 톱으로 만들고 싶어서 하는 왜 이런 노력도 있지만 학생들이 이 시스템으로 계속 톱이 된 거죠. 그래서 뭐 운이 좋게 그죠? 두 학교에서 거의 10년 동안 톱을 하고 있고요. 그리고 이 기회에 그죠? 뭐 말씀드렸던 것처럼 좀 그죠? 모시기 힘든 분, 한국에 처음에 오신 분 이렇게 있거든요. 그래서 좀 소개를 좀 하고 그죠? 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. No, you don't have to. So, okay, yeah. Dr. You can sit down and then you can introduce yourself. Yeah.
Maybe it'll go up now. Hi, I'm Dr. Randall Perry from Imperial College. I've had the privilege of being at University of Oxford as a fellow for 2 years. I've been at Imperial College for quite a few years, too many to name after that. And before that, I did my degrees in the United States at University of Washington, a bachelor's, master's, and PhD. I'm also part of a program in the United States that was started that now gives a second PhD in astrobiology. But when I did it, I was one of the very first ones to do it with NASA, in which means that you're in multiple departments. Mine were microbiology, astronomy, and earth sciences. So I've got a certification from NASA as an astrobiologist. If I'm around long enough, I'll be able to look at the sample return from Mars, where we're looking to see if there's potential life on Mars. Outside of that, I work with ProEd, which you've seen some brochures on, and in the UK, a charity where we do a space settlement design competition, and also another one, an environmental design competition. And those also have a program that that you can have students attend in the summer at Imperial College called the Global Space Design Challenge. And I believe Sumo has some brochures if you're interested in that. So I'll pass the mic to, oh, you got it.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Andre Hector, and I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher in radio astronomy at the University of Oxford. We're developing the Band 5 receiver package for the Square Kilometre Array, which is an upcoming radio telescope observatory, which is going to be ground-based and split across 2 continents in South Africa and Australia. So that's a very exciting project to be a part of. Before that, I did my PhD studies in Oxford as well. I was at the Queen's College, and I focused on novel heterodyne detection technologies for submillimeter wavelength astronomy. I can tell you more about that in detail later on, as I'll be around for most of the day. And then before that, I did a integrated 4-year master's at Royal Holloway, which is one of the universities within the University of London system. And I did an integrated master's in physics, mainly focusing on astronomy modules, because that's something I've always been interested in and thought would be fun.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here with you today. I'm Dr. Alison Twiner, and I'm a research associate at Hughes Hall from the University of Cambridge. I have a BSc in psychology and a PhD in the psychology of education, and I have also worked as a research associate in the Faculty of Education within University of Cambridge, so within the university and the college systems, which I think we'll probably speak about a bit more as we go through the day. My research interests are particularly around educational dialogue, multimodal dialogue, use of digital tools to support teaching and learning, and teacher professional learning. But great to be here with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. 그래요. 제가 아까 좀 시작하기 전에 잠시 소개를 했지만 여기 닥터 페리시 같은 경우에는 뭐 프로에드를 창립하고 그다음에 GSDC라고 되게 유명한 프로그램이 있거든요. 그래서 이걸 만드신 분이기도 하고요. 그리고 두 분 같은 경우는 사실 리서처로 제가 좀 모시고 오긴 했거든요. 한 분은 에듀케이션 디파트먼트에서 캠브리지 알리슨 트위너 박사님께서는 그죠? 에듀케이션 분야에 계시고요. 그다음에 가운데 계신 그 안드레 헥터 씨는 그 천체 물리에 관련된, 그다음에 사우스 아프리카하고 호주에서 전파 관련된 해외에서 해외가 아니죠. 그 우주에서 받는 전파 이런 거 관련돼 가지고 연구를 계속 하시는 분이거든요. 그래서 진짜 광대한 연구를 하시고 그다음에 광대한 서포트를 펀드를 받아 가지고 하시는 분이거든요. 그래서 이런 분들이고요. 그다음에 리서치에 대한 부분을 계속 좀 얘기를 하실 거예요. 그래서 어쩌면 우리는 제가 제 교육도 그랬었고 한국에서 배웠을 때는 리서치에 대한 부분은 굉장히 좀 많이 안 했던 기억이 많아요. 그다음에 학교 레벨, 랭킹 이걸 가지고 좀 그죠 학교를 판단했던 부분이 좀 있거든요. 하지만 영국에서 어떤 부분을 더 중요하게 생각하고 하는지 좀 그걸 좀 알려드리기 위해서. 그다음에 모르겠어요. 이 기회에 미국보다는 또 영국이 좀 더 낫다라고 생각하는 분들이 영국을 좀 생각할 수 있는 기회가 좀 됐으면 좋겠다고 싶어서 이걸 만들었습니다. 그리고 오늘 포럼은 이렇게 시작을 할게요. 그 첫 번째 이 이후에 바로 제가 그 퀘션을 만들었거든요. 그래서 10 퀘션인데 약간 좀 가벼운 퀘션이긴 해요. 하지만 전체적인 걸 좀 통과하는 그런 퀘션이기도 해요. 왜 영국인지, 그죠? 영국 교육이 왜 좋은지. 그다음에 학생들이 영국에서 진짜 요구하는 학생상은 어떤 건지, 왜 이런 부분에 대해서 좀 가볍지만 그래도 가장 중요한 질문이라고 생각했던 건 좀 했고요. 그다음에 몇 개의 질문은 뭐 K-팝이라든지 한국에 대해서도 좀 물어본 것도 있어요. 그래서 이건 좀 그죠 이해해 주시면 될 것 같고요. 그다음에 이어서 이제 그 각분이 그죠 옥스퍼드, 캠브리지, 임페리얼 순서대로 프레젠테이션을 좀 준비를 했거든요. 그래서 프레젠테이션을 통해서 뭐 본인이 하는 리서치도 좀 알려주고요. 그다음에 리서치 부분이 좀 어려울 수는 있을 거예요. 하지만 그걸 다 아실 필요는 좀 없으실 것 같고, 그다음에 리서치가 왜 이런 리서치를 하는지, 왜 그다음에 이걸 왜 설명하는지, 그다음에 리서치가 중요하다, 왜 이 정도 생각을 하시면 될 것 같고요. 물론 관련 분야에 계신 분들은 당연히 이해하실 거고요. 그다음에 컴퓨터 사이언스라든지 왜 이런 걸 설명하는데 저도 내용을 봤는데 그렇게 어렵지는 않고 좀 재미있게 좀 해놨거든요. 그래서 재미있는 시간이 좀 될 것 같고요. 그리고 중간에 제가 간식 시간이 좀 있을까요? 그래서 샌드위치하고 음료수하고 왜 이런 것들을 좀 준비해놨거든요. 그래서 좀 드시면 될 것 같고요. 그 다음에 이어서 이제 하이라이트가 될 수 있는데 야스민 사와가 그죠? OIC 아니면 OIC보다는 어떻게 토업 학교를 입학을 하는지, 어떻게 의대에 입학을 하는 건지, 왜 이런 부분에 대해서 굉장히 소상히 얘기해 주고요. 그다음에 여기 계시는 부모님들 중에서는 굉장히 좀 이 프로그램이라든지 다른 학교하고 비해서 어떻게 다른지, 왜 이 학교가 굉장히 성공을 했는지, 왜 이런 부분에 대해서 좀 질문을 해 주셔도 되고요. 이 부분에 대해서 잘 설명해 주실 겁니다. 그리고 뭐 말씀드렸던 것처럼 중간에 브레이크 타임에 사진 찍는 거라든지, 그다음에 이후에 그죠 좀 질문한다든지 개인적으로 와서 한다든지 왜 이런 거 괜찮으니까 그렇게 해주시면 될 것 같아요. Okay, so let's start the forum question. Yeah, okay. 혹시 그 질문이 계시는 분 좀 있을까요? 그다음에 우리 지금 지영 씨 마이크 좀. 혹시 그 중간에 이 네 분들한테 궁금한 거 있으면 질문을 하실 수 있는 시간도 있긴 하는데 일단은 제가 만든 질문 가지고 좀 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay. Oh, so are you asking?
Okay, I
Are
can.
you asking the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
제가 그렇게 발음이 좋거나 뭐 그러진 않은데 제가 그래도 하도록 하겠습니다. 카메라가 교정이 돼서 저희 직원들이 그저 발음이 되게 좋은데 제가 하도록 하겠습니다. Welcome to Korea. How are you? Your feeling and the first impression about South Korea? So you don't have to each so maybe one.
How are you feeling? What's your
That's okay.
Well, we haven't seen very much yet, but I'll say that all of the people that we met are extremely nice. So it's really refreshing. I've also probably not seen enough people walking around, but I'm used to downtown London and Manhattan and other places, and people they're so busy walking fast that it seems quite chaotic. And here it seems a little bit more relaxed. Now I'm sure it's not always that way. But I would like to see more of the country. I've been to Southeast Asia and China quite a few times, and I have not been to South Korea previously. And I was asking where some of the natural wilderness areas were, and I'm still not sure that I know where they are yet, but I have one day I'd like to go see a little bit more of the country. So it's very nice to be here.
지금 이틀 전에 월요일 날 와가지고 딱 이틀 정도 있었거든요. 그다음에 어제 하루 잠깐 갔다가 우리 그 인사동을 잠깐 갔거든요. 그래서 거기 가서 그 하는데 지금 너무 비지하다고 뭐 이런 얘기를 하잖아요. 인사동 여기서 인사동 가는데 2시간이 걸렸어요. 거기에 지금 뭔가 시위 뭐 이런 게 겹친 것 같기도 하고요. 올 때는 30분밖에 안 걸렸는데 그래서 인사동에 사람들 많이 있는데 가서 이렇게 있었고 그다음에 한국 음식 좀 먹었고요. 왜 그렇게 했어요. 그리고 베트남 전쟁에도 참여를 했다는 얘기를 또 하시더라고요. 그래서 한국에는 관심이 있고 근데 이제 여전히 연락을 하시는 분 한국 사람도 있고 그렇대요. 근데 처음 오신 거고요. 오케이.
Okay, so to answer the first part, I'm feeling wonderful, and to answer the second part is this is actually my first time to Asia in general. So we did a similar event in Hong Kong, and now we're in Korea. And you know, my first impression of Korea is that it's a wonderful place. Suno took us out for a Korean barbecue on the first night, which was amazing to see everything being cooked in front of you. And then yesterday we walked around Seoul, which is a very vibrant and sort of diverse type of place, and it's a really interesting city. We spent quite a bit of time walking around art galleries, which was incredible, so soaking up the culture, and also then in the evening retired to drink some traditional Korean tea, which was delicious. And yeah, so really embracing Korea and the culture, and it's been great.
I think your initial start to that welcome to Korea sums up how I feel. I feel very welcomed here. Same as Andre, this is also my first trip, not only to South Korea, but also to Asia. I know, unfortunately, I will not do justice to being here during this time, but I'm very much enjoying it and hope that I might be able to return and actually explore a little more another time. So thank you for having us here.
Welcome to Korea again. Hey, okay.
I'll add one thing. I've been to Seoul many times, but I literally just come and then leave a few days after, so I haven't actually had the chance to explore much. But yesterday was really nice, exploring where did we go? The cultural.
인사동.
In Sadong, yeah. So we went there. It was really nice go through in the art gallery, and one of the best tea shops I think that we've actually. It was so authentic, so it was really nice. So really nice to see the culture. And I didn't know that there was a monarchy system. You used to have a monarchy system when Suno told me there's a palace. So I did. So that was new information to me as well. So every time I come here, I'm learning something new.
우리나라가 왕이 오랫동안 지배를 좀 하고 뭐 이런 나라였었잖아요. 이런 거에 대해서 전혀 몰랐다고 얘기하더라고요. 그래서 리퍼블릭이 된 지도 사실 얼마 안 됐잖아요. 그래가지고 그거에 대해서 얘기하고 오면 사실 일 때문에 많은 얘기를 못 하고 이렇게 즐기지 못하는데 어제는 또 이렇게 다른 손님들이 있어가지고 그죠 거의 그죠 처음으로 이렇게 갔다 온 것 같아요. 뭐 전에 롯데 월드타워 한번 가고 그다음에 이번 처음 그렇게 많이 왔는데 일만 했던 것 같아요. 예. 다음 next question. What is the stereotype of South Korea in the UK? And have you recently heard about Korean culture like K-pop, K-film, K-food, and etc.? 이분이 보청기를 좀 끼고 계세요. 그래서.
That's a big question, but I'll try and have a go.
Have you heard of South Korea?
I have heard of K-pop. I have young children, and so they educate me about these things. So I'm slowly learning. I think in general, I probably try to avoid stereotypes too much. I think we lose a lot of people by stereotypes. But I would say we probably don't know enough about South Korea, and so I'm hoping whilst I'm here I might learn more that will educate me again in that respect.
Yeah, I think South Korea is definitely very much developing in the UK, and the perception of it is overwhelmingly positive, with things like K-pop and K-food being, you know, people's awareness of it is definitely going up. I certainly have heard of these things. In addition, I've recently heard of a relatively new thing I think called K-reality, which is you know Korea's sort of take on reality television, which is developing and gaining traction in the media. And yeah, I hope to you know expose myself further to these things and learn more about Korean culture and leave Korea knowing more than when I came.
So my teaching career has spanned over the last 20 years in both my school, my former school, and now Oxford International College. So I've had the fortunate to being part of many Korean students who have come to my schools, who have gone on to study competitive courses at many top universities, and through them I have learned a lot about K-pop, BTS, for example. And I have to say, I take great pride, although I must confess, I haven't seen the movie, but when it was announced that it won the Oscar, Parasite, I think I took great pride in that, because I think it just felt, as a Malaysian, as an international, coming to the UK as an international student and then living there and making UK my home, I take great pride in just sharing that, being an Asian, sharing that pride that the world is changing. So I think we should all revel in that. So yeah, but thank you.
Imperial has many Southeast Asian, Chinese, and South Korean students. It's a bit more international than most of the other universities, especially the United States. Although I know that there's a special relationship, really more with South Korea and the United States. But there aren't as many students. But then the United States is a pretty big country with a lot of universities too. So you've come into a university, and there won't be probably a very large group of Southeast Asian students, or Korean or Japanese. But at Imperial College, I think we're almost 35% in my department. So it's quite diverse, and I think that Imperial College says that they have 137 different countries represented at the university. So it's quite diverse, and there's a lot of emphasis in Korea and also China, Hong Kong, Japan, to really work hard and focus on what they're doing. Sometimes everybody works hard and they don't spend enough time actually enjoying a great city like London.
여기는 굉장히 아카데믹하신 분이니까 많이 알기는 좀 쉽지 않을 거예요. 하지만 영국에서는 이미 그 K-팝이라든지 K-드라마라든지 이런 것은 너무 유명해가지고, 사실 저희 학생들이 들은 얘기로는, 왜 어떤 학교인데, 특정한 학교인데, 그 한국 학생들이 코리안 소사이티를 만들었대요. 왜냐면 한국 학생들끼리 모으려고. 근데 모였는데 갑자기 한국 학생들보다 외국 학생이 너무 많은 거예요. 그래서 불편하잖아요. 영어도 하고 하는 것도 불편하고 문화도 불편하니까 나중엔 코리안 온리 소사이티를 또 만들었대요. 그렇게 절대 하지 마라라고 얘기를 하는데, 아무튼 그죠. K-팝이라든지 K-푸드, 지금 뭐 런던에 굉장히 많은 코리안, 옛날에는 저 갔을 때는 된장, 고추장 싸가지고 간 사람도 꽤 있었거든요. 근데 지금 그런 사람들 거의 없죠. 지금 소도시 뭐 이런 데를 가더라도 한국 라면 뭐 이런 것들 다 있고요. 그다음에 뭐 BTS라든지 이런 걸 모르는 젊은 학생들은 많이 없을 정도예요. 네. 그럼 next question. In Korea, the UK is normally fifth study destination after USA, China, Japan, Australia, and Canada. Could you please explain good things about studying in the UK?
Okay, so I think Randall and I will answer this question. So the question is about comparison of studying in the UK versus other countries, and obviously you've listed US, China, Japan, Australia, and Canada. Randall will be able to give you a little bit more insight about the UK versus US. But just from my experience, again, having helped a number of students with their career mapping and on a global strategic pathway. So in my college, we help students to map not just their destination in the UK, but we have students applying to the US, Canada, Ireland, any way that they want to apply to. I think the key thing is that in terms of the differences, of course, there are differences with the undergraduate degree itself. Randall would talk about a little bit more about the US. There is differences. So for example, you take medicine, right? Medicine, the UK is the only place that you could do. You could go for undergraduate degrees, same as Ireland, but then you won't be able to take hospital placements in Ireland. Australia only has 4 universities which has undergraduate, the rest are all graduate entry. US is obviously graduate entry, Canada is graduate entry. So there are nuances. Medicine, I've just given one example. But overall, I would say that you want to be in a position where you've done all the preparation, all the career preparation, your academic preparation to a stage where you are in the position that you can apply to a multitude of universities. I think that is the best place to be in, rather than just focusing on one destination. You might as well open your doors and apply globally to many countries, but you want to be in a position that you have the time and you have the activities, you have the preparation to be able to do that. My students do that, so we don't just concentrate on the UK, we look at worldwide. So I think in terms of differences, of course there are differences, and it will take us too long to talk about each country's differences. There are obviously differences with the degree, the style of teaching, the length, the cost, but I think the key thing is you want to be in a position that you are prepared. By the time you reach year 12 studies, you're prepared to apply a number of universities, which is what we do, which is how we help our students.
Well, first of all, I'm fairly familiar with Canadian, which is not really much different from the United States. But the two countries are vastly different in how you apply and how education works at the university. In the United States, you go to a 4-year undergraduate, as versus in the UK, usually a 3-year. In the UK, if you want to do a combined undergraduate and a master's program, you can do that in 4 years. And in the US, it's 4 years undergraduate and 2 years the master, and then at least 3 years for PhD if you want to go on and do that. And the same thing would apply to medical school, with the addition then in the United States that you go to residency after you finish medical school. All in all, I spent 10 years at university in the United States. Fortunately, I didn't do it all in one stretch. I did a bachelor's and a master's, and I spent 20 years in business and industry, and then went back and did a PhD. Which I admit was kind of hard because I lost some of those brain cells doing business that I needed to reacquire to understand new sciences like molecular biology. But the main thing is if you don't know what you want to do specifically, the U.S. system is very good because the first 2 years at university, you do basically studies in 4 different areas of science, humanities, social sciences, and so you get a wide introduction to all of the different areas. In the UK, if you come through the A-level system and others, you're going to end up already going into one specific place. In the US, you don't do that until after 2 years at the university. You declare a major. And frankly, it's very easy then in the US to change your major. If you get a bachelor's degree in painting and art, let's say, for instance, that doesn't mean that you can't go on to doing medical degree. If you really want to, you'll have to do a little remedial training in organic chemistry and some of the basic areas. But it's very easy to switch what you want to do career-wise. It's very difficult. Now, later I'm going to talk about computer sciences and computer engineering at Imperial College. And it's right on the web page. If you're interested in computer sciences at Imperial College, they talk about switching programs, and they say it is possible, but it's not easy, even if you want to switch to something closely related like mathematics, which is a definite important facet of computer sciences. So they're both quite different. I would say, summary, if you don't know what you want to do, the U.S. is a good place to go. If you're pretty certain what you want to do, then, or your sons and daughters, then the UK system is good, and also it's a bit shorter. So you can graduate faster. That might mean that you're paying less tuition for a less number of years also. However, you can do things fairly inexpensively in the US, or it can be very expensive if you go to the Harvard, Princeton, Yale, MIT, Caltech type of private schools.
I just want to add to that. I think if you are able to discover your passion, understand your direction, then the UK provides you a more structured kind of like degree because you know what you're getting yourself into. Whereas for the US system, you have to have an interest in a multitude of areas. So, I have students who I had a boy who I brought to a US fair, and he went up to Harvard, and they said, whilst you're studying for computer science, you also need to pick something like history, English literature, and he came out horrified because he was like, I don't have an interest in that. I just want to study computer science. So I think if by a certain stage you have discovered that passion and you know what you want to do, then UK gives you a more structured. And also a lot of my students, they do their undergraduate in the UK, and then they do their postgraduate in the US. So I had a young man who did mathematics degree at Cambridge, did his master's at Imperial in computer science, and then went on to study at MIT on full scholarship. His PhD is actually easier. We were talking about this before. Is actually from UK to US. It's an easier transition from UK to US than US to UK because the UK degrees are specialized undergraduate degrees, whereas the undergraduate degrees in the US is broad. So it's actually easier from UK to US than the other way around.
많이 이해했을 거라고 생각되는데 메인 그 차이점이 영국은 그 서브젝트를 정말 잘 알아야 들어가야 되는 그런 과정이거든요. 그래서 3년 동안 미국은 그죠? 여러 가지 히스토리도 해야 되고 여러 가지 다양한 전공을 좀 해야 되는데 영국은 전혀 그렇지 않아요. 전공 필수부터 바로 시작을 하는 거예요. 그래서 A레벨 할 때 그다음에 여기에서도 전공에 대해서 있고 어떻게 전공을 찾는지 왜 이런 부분들 정말 좀 잘 알아야 되고 자기소개서에서 정말 그 전공에 대한 열정을 써야 되는 거예요. 그러니까 미국은 굉장히 여러 가지 스포츠도 해야 되는지 봉사활동도 해야 된다든지 여러 가지 컴피티션 해야 되는지 왜 이런 걸 다 종합해서 가는데 영국은 전혀 그렇지 않거든요. 심지어 올림피아드 예를 들면 수학에서 골드 메달이라는데 올림피아드 이렇게 가지 않더라고 하더라도 캠브리지 수학과 가는 데는 전혀 문제가 없다. 오히려 제 경험상 그런 게 있거든요. 올림피아드에서 그죠? 메달을 받았다. 이런 학생은 캠브리지 수학과를 떨어진다. 그런 얘기도 있어요. 이해되시죠? 물론 올림피아드 메달 딴 사람은 다 떨어진다. 이런 얘기는 하는 건 아니에요. 하지만 그 열정을 어떻게 그죠? 표현해 주느냐. 왜 이런 것들이거든요. 그래서 수학과를 가면 바로 수학만 해요. 그리고 3년이거든요. 3년 끝났을 때는 거의 리서치 정도까지 하거든요. 그래서 석사 1년을 해도 전혀 문제 없는 상황이 되는 거거든요. 근데 미국은 그렇지 않다 보니까 그러니까 미국 석사 1학년을 거의 영국 대학교 3학년에서 어느 정도 커버를 한다라고 생각을 좀 하셔야 될 거예요. 그래서 마지막 학년에서는 거의 배우는 것보다는 리서치를 해야 된다든지 이런 것들이 많거든요. 그래서 이런 부분이 좀 차이고요. 물론 랭킹이라든지 월드 랭킹이라든지 우리나라에서 얼마나 알려졌는지 이런 것들은 그죠? 지금 제가 얘기를 해줄 수 없고 이건 그죠? 개인의 선택이고요. 그래서 아무튼 그 차이를 좀 얘기해드렸고요. Okay, so Dr. Hector do you want to say more? Or next question. Okay, yeah, okay. Next question. Okay. Question 4. Korea is so much connected to USA in terms of economy, education, culture, and other many areas. The UK is relatively less known. What aspects of study areas are good or better than USA? 제 말 발음이 좀 익숙해지셨죠?
This question again, Randall and I will answer this question. Randall, because he has the experience of studying in both, and because I've helped students in both, and of course Oxford and Cambridge will say they're the best universities. So I think just on the point of what study areas are good or better than the US, they're obviously different. They're different, and you would want to have different things. I mean, just to share my story. So when I was studying, I also applied to the US and applied to the UK because I think in general that's what most students do. As international students, you want to keep your doors open. So you always apply to a multitude of universities globally, right? Nothing stops you from applying to US, Australia. It's not the same as British parents who are looking at UK as their destination. There's only very few British families who look at US as an option, although it has been growing over the last few years. But generally, I would say, if you know, I think the UK, one very good thing about the UK is that the length, the duration, as Randall said, is shorter, which means that you could do your master's and then you could go and do postgraduate sooner, and you get into the world of work with training placements and so on sooner, which I think is great. Also, I would say that getting into top universities in the UK, when you compare that with top universities in the US, so when you compare the likes of, say, Oxford versus MIT, MIT is really tough at the stage. Like there's with Oxford and Cambridge, you are looking at admission test, your academic results, your interview preparation. All those things are kind of more strategical, like you can actually work towards. Whereas applying to MIT, you have to be the top in Olympiad. Or you have, so say if you want to do physics for MIT, you have to have achieved the best in the country for something. The bar is so much more higher in that sense, and both universities are brilliant. Oxford, if you look at world ranking, fantastic, but it's just, I think for international students, the bar you're setting yourself is so much more higher, and you end up not enjoying the process. So I would say my advice is to apply to both and see where you get to. But you got to be in a position where you are prepared to apply both, not to put all the pressure in the last year where you're suddenly saying, I'm applying to UK and US, because applying to MIT is tough. Applying to Oxford is also very tough. So, but I think in terms of study thing, it just depends on what your style of learning, your style of, and also the country obviously is different. I mean, there's 4,500 universities in the US. I mean, that's huge, large. You have the state system, you have the private universities and state universities, whereas UK largely are state system, they're not private universities. But yeah, I would say it's down to that. Randall, do you want to?
Many of the universities you might overlook, like there's the top group of Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Caltech, Stanford, but there's several large state universities with 50, 60,000 students that have departments that are often rated as highly as the Harvard and Yale schools are. Some of those are University of Washington, the University of California schools, Wisconsin, Philadelphia, Miami, New York University. So those, or New York University is a private school, excuse me, on that, but there are several schools that are really good and top-notch. And the one that I went to, University of Washington, microbiology, is rated above Harvard when it comes to microbiology and virology, for instance. So if your interest is in a specific area, you might want to look there. Other than that, the US is probably more closely aligned with Korea in a sense of being technical in training. The things that you do can be rather intense, like at some of the schools. They're very competitive, like MIT and Caltech. Not quite as competitive at other schools. But if you're just studying general science and you're interested in the United States, and you go to an organic chemistry class, let's say, for instance, all of a sudden you'll find that you were there to just learn a little bit about organic chemistry. There's a couple hundred students in the main lectures, and you'll find that there are med students, pre-med students, that have to get a top grade in organic chemistry. So all of a sudden you're competing against students whose whole future career depends on getting a top grade. Many of them have actually sat in on the classes before or been tutored, and know a lot about the topic before they ever take it. So there's a lot of interesting little political things that you have to account for when you're studying in the US. The biggest thing that I noticed in the UK when I first came, and when students first start, is there are many tables about where you want to volunteer, what social aspects you might want to participate in. There's computer clubs, archery, many different things, bowling, swimming, gymnastics, a lot of different things that are also pushed in the UK that aren't at all in the United States. Now, of course, you can do those things in the US universities, but for instance, volunteering is not one of them. And I run a charity in the UK, and we have lots and lots of volunteers that have been with us for 15 years. And it's really nice. But in the US, there's the International Space Settlement Design Competition that we hold at NASA. And it's very difficult to find volunteers because the society is not one that likes to do volunteering. I'll add one other little thing is when I first came to Oxford, the professors that I worked with held a small dinner in a 13th century library that held about 12 people, and they read from a book from somebody that was sitting in that same chair in 1247, something like that. But the main point that he made is and I told this little story in Hong Kong, and I think it sums up one of the differences, is they said that Dr. Perry is going to teach us about science, and we're going to teach him how to debate. There's a big emphasis in the UK on speaking back and forth with people and debating and understanding, and that really, we'll get to this later, is a major component of the interviewing. Interviewing in Oxford and Cambridge is about reasoning and how you think. At a place like Imperial College, it's more based on how good your grades are, how well you tested, and less about how you reason and how your critical thinking. It's very important at Oxford and Cambridge.
Sorry, just to add to that, Oxford and Cambridge is unique in the most unique universities compared to other universities around the world because of the collegiate system, the supervision system, which I'm sure later on you'll hear that from Andre about how to choose colleges. So actually that makes Oxbridge very different to anywhere else. So the supervision, the collegiate is a very different style of teaching and learning. So again, you need to sort of comprehend whether that's the kind of style of learning that you want. But it is very different to the US.
그 사실 질문했던 그죠 스터디 에어리어보다는 약간은 그 공부하는 방식 그죠 왜 이런 것들에 좀 더 집중해서 좀 얘기를 해주는 것 같아요. 그래서 당연히 리서치가 되게 중요하고요. 그다음에 옥스퍼드 캠브리지 같은 경우는 1대1 수업을 거의 대부분 해요. 그러니까 굉장히 많은 책을 읽고 그러니까 뭐 에세이 5,000자 에세이를 그죠 뭐 보통 3개나 4개 정도 일주일에 내고 그걸 하나 만들려고 하면 책을 한 20권 정도 25권 정도 읽어야 되니까 거의 뭐 75권에서 100권 정도는 읽어야 되는 거죠. 그런 식으로 그죠 하고 1대1 이렇게 하는 거죠. 그다음에 네가 생각한 논리가 어떤 거냐, 네가 알고 있는 지식이 뭐냐, 이게 아니라 네가 아는 논리가 뭐냐, 네가 주장하려고 하는 게 뭐냐, 왜 이런 식의 그죠 논문인 거죠. 그죠 리즈닝이라고 얘기하는 게. 그래서 그거에 대해서 네가 논리적으로 합당한 이유가 있다라고 하면 점수를 주는 거예요. 그러니까 여기서는 drop out rate라고 하죠. 중간에 그만두거나 왜 그냥 전공을 바꾸거나 왜 이런 학생들이 거의 없어요. 그러니까 3% 정도 공식적으로는. 그러니까 하버드나 예일 뭐 이런 데는 거의 30% 40% 그런 얘기를 하잖아요. 그러니까 왜 이런 방식이다. 그죠? 왜 그런 이유를 좀 얘기를 해주고 있어요. Next question. Okay. In Korea, when we choose the university, the higher ranked universities are our priority rather than the degrees they want to study. Can you please give some advice about the choice between university ranking and degrees?
I think I can add to some of the comments that have been raised so far, that I would encourage people to think about what you're interested in and where your strengths are, and particularly where your interests and strengths align, and then look at the courses that are on offer in these different universities, because it does have to be a match with the university and the course. There are lots of similarities across the different syllabuses in different universities, but there are also some key differences. And so maybe for me, a psychology degree in one place could be very, very different to a psychology degree in another university. So just choosing on the basis of the university might mean you're not really getting the rich experience that aligns with how you want to learn and what you want to study.
Yeah, so just to add to that a little bit, I think while university rankings should play some role in choosing a university, they're by no means the be-all and end-all of where you should submit your application. And I would say that it's important to actually look at the subject-specific rankings as well, because these are often a good indicator as to how good a particular university is for a given subject. So let's say you want to study, biology. Don't just look at the overall university rankings and, submit your application to the top 5 universities you see there, but have a look at which universities are ranked top for biology, for example, because sometimes this will change a little bit subject by subject. And ultimately, it's also important to, think about the overall university experience that you will have at any particular place. For instance, if you choose to study somewhere like London, which is quite busy and quite bustling, that might be a very different experience in terms of how you commute to your lectures, how you do your studies, where and how you get taught, compared to somewhere like Oxford or Cambridge, which are slightly more smaller, towns and slightly more smaller places, where you might be offered a sort of more intimate experience in your education, and a little bit, in some ways, a little bit more relaxed in terms of travel time and things like that. So, to summarize, university rankings are important, but do think a little bit about, how they stack up when picking the particular subject that you're interested in, and that should be the primary, the primary thing that you look at, because ultimately you're going to be doing this subject for a number of years, at the very least 3. So make sure it's something that you enjoy and you think you'll get a good experience out of.
So just to share with you some of the things that we do in our school, all our students are encouraged to apply to top universities, regardless. So unlike in some schools, only the top 1% of the cohort are encouraged to apply, because Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, G5 universities do want the best students. So generally speaking, only the top 1% normally are encouraged to apply. But at my school, we encourage everybody, because we want them to get on this aspirational learning journey. As I mentioned earlier on, we feel that students gain so much more out of this journey, regardless of the outcome. It doesn't matter so much if they get into Oxford or Cambridge, but what matters is they become better student, they amass more knowledge, they build mental resilience. They've gained so much from this experience by doing work experience, voluntary work, going clubs and societies. They gain so much more than just that offer to university. So UCAS application, UCAS is the body that students apply to, the central body. In US, you call it Common App. In UK, it's called UCAS. So UCAS, we have 5 options to UCAS for non-medical courses. Medicine, dentistry, veterinary, you have 4 choices. 4 choices. For non-medicine, you have 5 choices. Medicine also, you do have 5 choices, but you can only apply to 4 medicine, dentistry, or veterinary. The 5th one, you can apply something else. But because you only have 1 personal statement, you normally would apply to the same degree type. So, for example, you apply for 4 medicine, the 5th one you can apply for biomedical sciences. And then for non-medicine, you can apply to all 5, to computer science or psychology or engineering and so on. So I think the question about ranking and course, first of all, I think you need to identify what course are you applying for. Are you applying for a vocational degree, or are you applying for an academic curiosity degree? And please, for parents, the message is do not be afraid of academic curiosity degrees. degrees, because they're equally as valuable as vocational degrees. So vocational degrees are things like medicine, because you know you're going to be a doctor, engineering, because you know you're going to be an engineer. But academic curiosity will be something like history, or it could be mathematics degree. Now, I know some people might think, okay, what do I gain out of a mathematics degree? Well, actually, it opens so much more doors than just, you know, so you just don't have that fear of applying for academic curiosity degrees. Once you have chosen what type, you know, whether it's vocational, whether it's academic curiosity, then you have to think about, okay, like university choices. And I appreciate that for international students, they also have to think about what happens when you get back home, you know, right? So if I went to university which was ranked quite low in the ranking table, and I went back to Malaysia, I may not be able to get a job. I understand the pressures, the societal pressure. So I think the way I would advise my students is that when it comes to medicine, you have 33 medical school. I've never heard of an unemployed doctor. If somebody has, then let me know. So it really doesn't matter which medical school you go to, as long as you become a doctor. I don't think it matters whether you go to Oxford, Cambridge, because Oxford, Cambridge is very traditional in its teaching when it comes to medicine. They don't have many patient contact. Compared to other universities, there's more patient contact. So that's for medicine. But for the non-medical courses, you have 5 options. So you could apply to top 3 as your, you know, as your like top universities, and then the other 2 you could just choose based on location, based on, you know, based on subject ranking, for example. So that hopefully fits in your societal expectation, your parental expectation, but also for the children to be able to choose. So hopefully that solves both parents and children's sort of debate around which university because you do have 5 options. You can try for 3, top 3, and then the other 2 you can choose for something based on subject ranking. As Andrew said, there's subject ranking as well. You take computer science, sometimes Imperial ranks better than Oxford. Sorry, I'm pitting them against each other. But, you know, and you have medicine, for example, the number 1 ranked for medicine is Dundee. It's not Oxford and Cambridge, it's Dundee, you know. So sometimes you do look at subject ranking, but I also appreciate that there is a societal expectation for you when you return back to your home country, when you're applying for jobs and everything, then going to a good university is important to you. But I think you can strategize it so that you have 5 options, apply top 3, and if you aim for Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, if you don't get into these universities, you would still end up, because you have worked towards these universities, you would still end up with a very good university. So you aim for the clouds and you reach hopefully to the stars, which is equally very good. Well, whichever way, the other way around.
As Yasmin said, it makes a great deal of difference if you're, if you're going to do an upper degree, like you want to do a master's and a PhD degree. When you come to workplace or applying to universities for jobs, if that's at a top university, it's very important. It isn't as important where you went to an undergraduate degree at that point. But if you're going to go straight into business or industry, banking, finance, it makes a lot of difference which school you go to then. You might want to have the top university on your pedigree and your CV, because everybody will take a second look at Harvard or Cambridge or Imperial or Oxford. But in the United States, again, in particular, it doesn't matter whether you go to any state university. If you can get into graduate school, and the way you get into graduate school is by having a real interest in your topic, top grades, that sort of thing. And sometimes it's really easy to get top grades at a lesser university because it's less competitive with students. And also they like people to shift. There's University of Washington, where I'm from, does not like people to do 3 degrees at one university. They want you to come from the UK or another university in the United States from your bachelor's to your master's. In looking at the difference between departments and top universities, you know, it's hard for me to say you don't have to look at a top university, but I would look at the top universities obviously first. and then find departments, and they're vastly different at different universities. One at Imperial College, if you want to study environmental biology, you're probably not going to get as much in that as you would in molecular biology. It's very technical oriented, so it's science, technology, engineering, and medicine are the focus, but there's no humanities, for instance, so it's very much on the science front. But within those groups, you can find just as good of departments at many other universities, like Yasmin said at Dundee with medicine. Imperial College has 13 hospitals. They're the 13 major primary hospitals that you train at in London, for instance, but still it's not the top rated in medicine.
That is why we said earlier on, it's actually most students do undergraduate in the UK and then they do graduate in the US, because that strategy actually works out really well. You do undergraduate in the UK, you go to a good university in the UK, and the transition to a top graduate school in the US is actually much easier than the other way around. So actually that strategy also works. And just on the point that Alison made about psychology, a very good example of psychology, for example, looking at the course options and seeing different types, because even with the course, once you chose a course, there are differences in terms of what they offer at each university. Oxford, for example, does experimental psychology. Cambridge does psychological and behavioral science, neuroscience. Behavioral science, psychological and behavioral science, whereas Oxford does experimental psychology. Experimental psychology is different. UCL offers psychological and behavioral science. So again, it's like making sure that you really do your research about the course is very important, and doing it early on so that you have a good strategy of which route you're going for.
지금 굉장히 깊은 얘기를 좀 해줬던 것 같아요. 어쩌면 이 질문 내용이 어쩌면 우리가 답을 알고 하는 질문일 수도 있거든요. 근데 전공에 대해서 얼마나 포커스를 맞춰야 되는지, 얼마나 내가 깊이 알아야 되는지, 왜 이 포커스를 맞추지 않으면 사실 아까 얘기했던 것처럼 같은 심리학을 공부하는데도 학교마다 너무 달라가지고 이렇게 되는 경우가 있거든요. 그리고 아까 톱 학교에서는 그죠, 원투원 수업을 많이 한다고 했잖아요. 그 학교에서 그걸 수업을 하는데 내가 리서치를 하고 나의 리플렉션을 그저 얘기해 줘야 되는 거죠. 외워서 얘기하는 게 아니라 이런 상황인데 이 전공을 제대로 모르고 그저 그걸 공부한다? 이게 그저 있을 수가 없거든요. 그리고 지금 얘기했던 학교 중에 던디 뭐 이런 얘기도 했지만 러셀 그룹이라고 있거든요. 사실 우리는 옥스퍼드, 캠브리지, 임페리얼 여기 정도만 좀 익숙하지만 나머지는 익숙하지 않거든요. 하지만 굉장히 좀 좋은 학교들이 러셀 그룹이라는 이름으로 있고요. 그래서 뭐 들어보시면 맨체스터, 셰필드, UCL 뭐 여러 학교들이 다 있거든요. 그래서 이 학교들은 리서치를 또 공유하기도 해요. 그러니까 굉장히 좀 리서치가 있다라고 하면 박사를 과정을 간다든지 하는 데는 전혀 문제 없지만 사실은 우리가 비즈니스 환경에서 취업을 한다라고 하면 이 사람을 딱 알아보기에는 그런 걸 좀 회사에서 잘 모르잖아요. 그러니까 높은 랭킹의 학교가 되게 좋다. 왜 이렇게 될 수는 있을 것 같아요. 근데 최근에 보면 저희 학생들을 그저 헤드헌팅을 하고 그다음에 그 해보면 또 석사 레벨을 많이 하거든요. 그러면 리서치가 뭔지 어떤 분야를 전문성을 가지고 있는지 이런 질문까지 이어지거든요. 그러니까 뭐 학력이 좀 필요하다라고 하면 영국에 가서 그죠? 뭐 미국으로 이렇게 가실 수도 있고요. 아니면 영국에서 더 높은 학교로 가는 것은 내 대학교 성적에 따라서 러셀 그룹 정도만 간다라고 하면 그렇게 문제 없는 경우가 꽤 많거든요. 그래서 실제로 그런 걸 되게 많이 보고요. 아시죠? 그래요. Next question. Okay. After choosing your degree, should students aim for top university? Do you agree, and why? This is very related questions. So in the next, yeah. 비슷한 질문이어가지고 다음 질문을 할게요. What is your hobby and why is important for student?
Our hobby?
Your own hobby.
Our
yeah.
hobby.
Yeah, yeah.
One of my hobbies, and this is actually something that I picked up while I was studying for my PhD at Oxford, and something that I'd never tried before in my life, was rowing. So, you know, it's a lot more fun than it actually looks on the TV. I'd seen it a lot before at things like the Olympics, or at Henley, and it never looked like a, like a particularly engaging activity, until one day I was actually part of the graduate student body committee for 1 year during my PhD. I'll tell you more about that in my talk, but there was a rowing taster day at my college, and I thought, just to say I've tried it, I'll just go down and see what it's all about. And I got in a boat, and it suddenly started moving in all sorts of weird and unpredictable ways. And it's actually incredibly difficult to move a boat, making it look as easy as it does when the guys at the top level do it. And this is something that a lot of people discover or find really interesting or get into when they're studying for their undergraduate and their PhD alike. And so over the next few years, that became my hobby. And the reason that is, I think it's important, or it's the reason it's good to have a hobby is because it gives you an outlet from your academic studies, so it kind of gives you something different to do and something different to focus on. And the other thing is that it really teaches you how to manage your time and organize your time and prioritize things. So sometimes you'd have a session super early in the morning, and you might need to go to bed early, so you can't stay up super late working because you have something to be up for at like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, kind of thing. And then one of the years I was part of the committee helping to run the boat club. So again, that meant that I had to organize sessions for other people, and so it teaches you, the skill of multitasking. It teaches you how to be a little bit more organized, and I suppose it also gives you, a different perspective on things, and it allows you to try different things. So you have that kind of outlet of doing something different, and in addition to your academic studies.
I think I've mentioned a couple of things. A hobby, if you can call it. I really enjoy spending time with my family and friends. I think that's very important for me. I think it's very important as a student at university, especially if you've moved away from home, creating that new family around you. Those are the people that you're probably going to make lifelong friends. They're going to get you through times when it gets quite difficult. University life can be quite intense, so having people to support you through that is really, really important. And a hobby for myself, I love to dance. It's something that takes me away mentally as well as physically from study and from work. And in more recent years, I have found ways, I'm thrilled to say, to include a focus on movement, more specifically than dance, within my research, focusing around multimodal dialogue and how we make sense and understand things through talk as well as movement and gesture and other forms of communication, which I find really enriching.
그 호비를 갈까요?
I'm going to go next because Randall has too many hobbies. I keep finding out new things about Randall each time I meet him. So my hobby actually, like Alison, just spending time with family and friends, traveling. I have, I think we're all obviously in our lives very, very busy with what we do. And I think it's great that my work is my passion. So I love doing what I do. And I think that's great. But also having just some time for yourself is also very, very important. I think regards to hobby, why is it important for a student? Because you want to demonstrate character. You want to demonstrate your personality. So in your personal statement, which is now changing, personal statement is changing from 2024, they'll have 6 series of questions as opposed to a 4,000-word essay. But currently, if you were to write a personal statement, you would put down a little bit about your extracurricular or what you do and demonstrate your character. But it's important that you actually do them and you actually carry on, and because one of the things at university, you have to learn how to keep a work-life balance, especially if you're going to a top university, because it is just the previous question, why should you be aiming for top university? I just want to say this, and I say this to all students, your parents will love you no matter which university you go to. So you don't have to put yourself under this huge expectation in terms of getting into top university, because what I normally find is that students who just enjoy the process, they're more likely to perform better in their interview interviews because they're enjoying the process. They've really reveled in that process, and they can demonstrate that enjoyment when they get to the interview stage. But students who have just got this burden in their head that, you know, I have to get into these top universities, they don't tend to you know, present as well. So if your hobby, if you like computer science, for example, and your hobby is to make programming apps, or if your hobbies are related to your career and your courses, that's fine too. It's just a demonstration of your character and your personality, which you want to showcase to the universities. And they want to see that. They want to see you have the academic aptitude, but they also want to see that you have a personality, you are teachable. So I think that's where hobby come in. So just really discovering your passion, because I never thought I would fall into education. I was going to genetics and then suddenly this, but I'm, you know, I love my job, and I think it's great to sometimes have your job as your passion, as not, maybe not your hobby, but really something that you love doing, and then your hobby just becomes an outlet for you to just have some breather time for yourself. Thank you.
I would ask, why do we really want to have hobbies? And it's because it's doing something we really enjoy and like. If you can integrate that with your work, then work might not actually be defined as work. It would be something that you enjoy. Like Yasmin's hobby, to me, is doing what she really does well, she's passionate about, is teaching and helping students get into the university. So I would think her hobby is that, not family and friends. Family and friends are there, but as children, kids go around, they do things like collect rocks. Why? They just have an interest in rocks and crystals and the way things look. So that might mean that a place that they would really be interested in later might be geology, earth sciences, petrology, study of rocks. Other kids like to build rockets and shoot them off and work on propellants and try to get them as high as they can. Something like aeronautical engineering in rocketry might be a place that they would really be interested. If you're interviewing at the university, those things are incredibly important. I really want to see, if I'm interviewing a student for the university, that they're passionate about a topic, and that topic hopefully is one that they're applying to at the university. In my case, it's astrobiology. So what could you do as a hobby? Well, you might have a telescope. Excuse me. You're always looking out into the universe, trying to see what is out there. Is there life in the universe, for instance? Those kinds of questions. You might have an interest. I've been lucky enough to go down in Woods Hole, which belongs to MIT's deep submersible, which is called Alvin. It's a small submarine that holds 3 people, and I went down 12,000 feet. If somebody was really interested in life in oceanography, they love scuba diving, they love things like that in the ocean, that would really have a big effect on if you're applying to an oceanography degree. So the hobbies and the extracurricular activities are incredibly important. And in fact, that's what sets you aside from just having good grades and top scores. Those things will all help, but the thing that'll set you aside is having some unique experience, either as a volunteer or in hobbies and what your specific interests are.
그래요. 지금 그 합의에 대해서는 사실 저도 할 얘기가 굉장히 좀 많이 있긴 하는데, 그죠? 이렇게 그 사실 저는 굉장히 많이 이런 걸 추천을 해주는 것 같아요. 학생들한테 허비를 물어보고 그걸 어떻게 영국에서 할지, 그다음에 영국에서 학교별로 어떤 스포츠가 강하고 소사이티가 있는지, 왜 이런 것들을 얘기를 해주는 것 같아요. 그래서 그걸 하는 학생들은 굉장히 다른 일에도 포커스를 좀 맞추는 경향이 좀 있었던 것 같고요. 그다음에 전혀 호비를 하지 않고 뭐 A레벨 학교든 대학교든 계속 있었던 학생들은 기숙사에 계속 다른 학생들한테 물어보면 쟤 뭐하니? 라고 얘기하면 기숙사에 그냥 남아있는데요. 어떨 때는 부모도 연락도 안 하고 그냥 기숙사에 남아있는 사람도 있거든요. 그냥 혼자 자기에 있는 사람들이 있거든요. 근데 보면 성적이 그렇게 잘 나오진 않아요. 근데 진짜 이렇게 다른 사람들하고 어울리기도 하고 스포츠도 하고 그다음에 해외도 갔다 하면서 이렇게 했던 친구들은 딱 그 시간 동안 난 그거 할 거야 라고 하고 정말 공부에 집중을 하는 기수가 굉장히 좀 많았거든요. 그래서 지금 모르겠어요. 장시간 공부하는 거 하지만 저는 그죠. 집중해서 공부하는 학생들이 훨씬 효과가 또 좋았다. 또 이렇게 하는 사람들이 굉장히 좀 멀리 갔던 것 같아요. 오랫동안 그걸 유지를 했던 것 같아요. 집중해서 그저 하는 게 아니라. 그러니까 사실 저는 안타까운 게 우리나라에서 고등학교 3학년을 마치고 번아웃이라고 하잖아요. 그렇게 되는 사람도 꽤 많거든요. 그러니까 공부는 되게 잘하는데 뭘 공부할지, 뭘 하고 싶지, 그냥 얘기 자체가 좀 안 되는 친구들이 굉장히 좀 많았던 것 같아요. 비싼 비용을 내고 가는데 많은 걸 물어봐야 되고, 이걸 공부하고 싶어요, 이거 하고 싶어요, 이렇게 계속 얘기를 해야 되는데 그런 학생들이 굉장히 좀 많았다는 경험이 좀 있어요. 그래서 아무튼 그래서 호비라는 주제로 제가 좀 물어봤고요. 그래서 뭐 하나 물어봐도 굉장히 좀 아카데믹하게 좀 얘기를 좀 많이 해주고 계시네요. 그래서 next question. To reach the top level, do you do anything particular every day, or what question do you make every day? Oh, it's very. What question do you make every day to reach the top level? So yeah, every day. So.
Well, so it's leading the way. No, I think it's a very good and a very interesting question, and the thing that I would say that it's important to do is just to do something every day, to practice a little bit every day. You know, you can't go from, or it's very difficult to go from not knowing anything about a topic or a subject and then to, you know, suddenly being an expert in it. You have to work at it and practice little by little and be consistent. You know, a little bit every day is much better than trying to cram the whole course the night before. So, for example, like one of the things that I do every day is, you know, I wouldn't say by any means that I've reached the top level in it, but I enjoy learning languages, and so I'm currently learning Italian using Duolingo, and so I make sure to do a practice lesson every day. And I went on a trip to Italy last year, I think about a year ago, and I found that I could actually converse with people, and people could sort of understand me a little bit, and that was all solely from, you know, doing a 10-15 minute practice on Duolingo every day. So practice and consistency, I think, are key. So, and in order to answer the second part of the question, what question do you make every day? I think the question to, you know, that's good to have, or that's good to set for yourself, is to have a target and to kind of, you know, say to yourself, where do I want to be, say, 1 year from now, or 2 years, or 5 years from now? And then ask yourself, you know, what can I do to get there? What can I do to bring that aim, that challenge a little bit closer every day? And if you can work out a sort of a reasonable, feasible path to get there, taking little steps at a time, then hopefully if you keep consistent and practice and work at it, you will eventually get to that ultimate goal that you set before yourself.
Did you practice Korean language yesterday? So we what kind of sentence?
I am saving that for after my talk. Don't you worry. But
어제 우리 식사를 하고 있었는데 계속해서 한국어를 알려달라고 하는 거예요. 그래서 한 분 오실 때마다 한국어를 좀 얘기하고, 갤러리 갔을 때도 조금 얘기하고 또 얘기하고, 그다음에 구글에서 찾아봤던 게 그게 맞지 않는 것 같다고 다시 나한테 알려달라고. 예를 들면 한국에 갤러리에 있으면서 잘 보고 갈 때 안녕히 가십시오라고 얘기하는 거예요. 그래서 그건 안녕히 계세요라고 해야 된다고. 그래서 아무튼 계속 그런 식으로 좀 프랙티스했던 그죠 경험이 있습니다. 어제. Okay.
I think to reach the top level, I think, is a difficult concept, because I think you can always learn more and deepen your understanding of something, so there will always be further you can go with something. But I am going to be a little bit cheeky and say that the answer to these questions is probably asking questions is a good strategy. Always asking, what am I missing? Is there another way to look at this? How else could I learn something more about it? What else could I read? Who could I speak to who might have a different perspective? And that kind of continual trying to look at things in different ways and trying to deepen that understanding, I think, is a good strategy that extends our learning further.
So reaching top level. So somebody asked me previously, now that you have my schools have had top the league table, they were like, what's next? And I was like, actually, I've never planned for something to reach the top in terms of league table or what, you know. I think for me, top, when you say to reach the top level, I think for me in my work is about really understanding how I can help every child, because every student is different. There's an individual strategy, and I'll show you some examples later on, that every student's journey is very different. When I was growing up in Malaysia, my mother used to say to me, see Auntie Sally's daughter, what she's doing, you got to do the same. I'm sure it's the same culture here in Korea. Like you know, it's always like, look at so-and-so children, and they're doing this, and they're getting top results, and you need to be doing the same thing. And I suppose that kind of culture leads you to think that there's always something more you have to do. There's always something else you need to reach. The top is never enough, you know, even if you get 100% in your report card, you're like, okay, so what's next? So I think it's really what I tell my students is, look, you have a strategy, you have an aim. And if that aim is to get into top universities, fine, you make that your aim. But through this process, you need to break it down into daily, weekly, monthly, half-term holidays, what you're doing during that period of time. So for example, at my college, on a daily basis, we obviously have academic classes. We have admission test preparation, interview preparation, we have career coaching, and so on. On a weekly basis, they have they have tests that they have to do, assessments, and they also take part in career coaching on a weekly basis. They do voluntary work on a weekly basis. Monthly basis, they do wider reading, they take part in competitions. And during the half terms, they go for work experience. So when you break things up in bite-sized approach, and you see, so that it doesn't become overwhelming, you're also enjoying the process as well. So I think that process leads you to this top destination, but actually, even if you don't get there, it's okay, because you have amassed so much more than just getting that offer. So I think it's really, to me, top is really just going through that process, enjoying the process, and then obviously, as a byproduct, you could get into one of these top universities, but you've gained a lot more. And as Randall said earlier on, you got the undergraduate's route, you have the graduate route. There's so many routes that you can get to meet your aim. But you've got to start as soon as possible, and you've got to work through this and enjoy that process as well. So I would say to me that is, and what question do you make every day? The second, yeah, I think just echoing what Alison's saying is questioning, always questioning and working out if there's another route and for me is like trying to work out a strategy for every student. Again, is very different. My students have come, we have 40 different nationalities. Students have come with GCSEs, without GCSEs, school transcript, MYP. Everybody's coming with different academic background. How do we then work out a strategy for every student so they have that aspirational learning journey? So I think that's questioning if there are different routes so that it's not one size fits all. And I think that questioning is very important. And in fact, for students as well, in their learning, the best form of learning is active recall, active learning. So it's asking questions. So learning your topics beforehand, then when you go to the class, ask questions, because that's the best form of learning.
I would say we all want to do well, but the question is what is it reaching the top? What is the top? Is it getting a Nobel Prize or in science? We don't know. What it really gets down to is a personal thing about what you're really comfortable in. Are you happy with what you've done with your life? And so questions that you can ask yourself might be different to each individual. One is that if you're really interested in being very wealthy or rich, you might want to say to yourself every day, I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 25. That would be one thing you could say. If you're not interested in that, you would ask other questions. I'm thinking about, has anybody seen the movie The Fabelmans? It came out in 2022. Maybe not. It was up for Academy Awards. It was really autobiographical about Steven Spielberg. Through his whole young life, he decided that he wanted to make movies. He started out with small cameras and eventually started editing and doing different things. Through his early life, his parents told him, no, that's a hobby. You can't make a living doing that. And of course, we all know that Steven Spielberg has been very successful. He may not have said, I want to be a millionaire at 25, but he did achieve making a lot of money in movies, and he made a lot of good movies. And so every day he asked himself, and in that movie, what could he do to make a better movie? That was his whole interest. So I think it's different to every individual in what you want to do. And achieving the top is not necessarily becoming the president of South Korea or the United States or one of those sorts of things. It's just what is really the position that you think really suits you. And so they're always different. So as parents, you're going to do much like Steven Spielberg's parents did, keep telling him, no, quit the movies, don't do that. It's not important, but he managed to persist and continue to do that anyway. So I always view your job is to help facilitate finding your child's passions, and then helping them achieve that. And then after that, they're really on their own.
그 질문 내용이 사실은 그저 너무 좀 그저 상대적인 거긴 해요. 절대적인 그런 질문은 아니고. 하지만 이 질문을 던진 이유가 학생들에게는 내가 뭐 톱 학교를 어떻게 하면 입학을 할까? 왜 이런 기준으로 물어본 거죠. 그래서 당연히 그저 내가 정한 레벨 어떻게 도달할 건지 왜 사람마다 다 상대적인 거기 때문에 내가 현재 상태에서 뭐 급여를 그저 뭐 300만 원 받고 400만 원 이건 만족한다. 이건 그저 자기가 그저 그걸 리치한 거잖아요. 그래서 그건 상대적인 거기 때문에 질문 내용이 사실 질문이 되게 좋은 질문은 아니긴 하지만 그래도 토브에 가기 위해서는 어떤 노력을 하는지 왜 이런 것 때문에 좀 물어봤고요. 지금 시간이 time is up, is so maybe we have just very short questions you might like it. This one. Lastly, what would you do the most? What would you like to do the most in Korea if you have time after today? Chicken and beer, bibimbap.
Okay, I will answer this quickly. For me, it's bibimbap.
Okay.
So if I had a little bit more time, I'd love to explore a little bit more of Korea, especially outside Seoul. And in addition, I recently saw this new phenomenon in K-reality called Physical 100, where people push themselves to the limit of various physical challenges, and whoever wins is declared the strongest person in Korea or something like that. So I'd love to watch more of that and maybe even take part in it.
I think keeping it simple, you've all given up your time to be here today. I'd like to speak to you all and hear about what you want to get out of this and where you want to go.
I personally, just my own interest, I would like to see some more of the natural environments of South Korea. I've asked about this, like what natural parks. My understanding is the northeast part of South Korea has more mountains and interest that way. Those would be the things I would like to see. Any of the indigenous animals, birds, just the things that are natural. I'm finding the cultural part very interesting because everybody here that I've met has been very, very nice and pleasant. I'm not always used to that in the UK. People can be rather reserved in the UK. They don't always smile a lot. And so it would be the natural environment for me that I would like to see more of.
I recommend DMZ. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 첫 번째 포럼은 여기서 마치고 잠깐 한 15분 정도 쉬시겠다가 바로 또 시작을 하도록 할게요. 그래서 3시 15분에 다시 시작할게요. 그래서 화장실은 이렇게 나가시면 이렇게 돌면 쪽에 화장실이 좀 있거든요. 그리고 혹시 사진 찍어도 괜찮고요. Maybe we have a photo time if students like. If they want, they send to for only student. 그래요. 개인적으로 혹시 궁금한 거 있으시면 물어보셔도 좋습니다. I'll give a 네, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 아직 안 계신 분도 계시긴 한데 그래요. 지금 지금 옥스포드에서 오신 닥터 안드레 헥터 씨가 그 옥스포드 대학교에 대해서 좀 얘기를 해드리고요. 그다음에 옥스포드 대학교 하면 사실 칼리지로 굉장히 좀 많은 칼리지가 있는 걸로 알려져 있거든요. 39개 정도. 그래서 많은 학생들이 옥스포드 대학교 지원하고 나서 칼리지는 또 뭐지? 왜 여기를 지원해야 되지? 왜 이렇게 생각하는 사람 많거든요. 그래서 그거에 대해서 좀 더 얘기를 해드릴 거고요. 굉장히 좀 독특한 문화거든요. 그래서 설명해드리고요. 그 다음에 대학교 옥스포드 들어가려고 하면 옥스포드나 캠브리지 들어가려면 그 aptitude 테스트, 입학 테스트가 있거든요. 그래서 의대 다니는 학생들은 육회, 비맥 같은 왜 이런 테스트를 좀 봐야 되거든요. 그래서 그 테스트에 대해서 좀 알려주려고 하거든요. 그리고 내용 자체가 어쩌면 어려울 수도 있긴 하지만 프레젠테이션으로 좀 설명을 해드릴 거고, 그 다음에 리서치라든지 본인 소개라든지 이런 거 있는데 좀 전문 용어가 좀 나오거든요. 그래서 이 부분은 이렇게 그죠? 리서치를 하고 있다라고 이해를 하시면 충분할 거예요. 그리고 나서 대학을 소개해주고 그죠? 하시면 될 것 같고요. 그래요. 좀 재미있기를 바라고요. 그다음에 끝나고 나서 질문이 있으시면 좀 질문해 주시면 될 것 같고요. 그리고 저는 끝나고 나서 제가 정리할 수 있는 것은 조금 최대한 좀 정리해서 간단히 좀 소개해 드리겠습니다. 네. 감사합니다. 네.
Hi, okay, thank you very much. Okay, perfect. So let me just check that this works. Yes, okay, great. So, hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Andre Hector. It's lovely to be here in Seoul, in South Korea, and to have a chance to speak to you all today. So, thank you very much for coming out today. I understand it's a national holiday, so I really appreciate you all giving up your time to be here. And I hope that this talk will be at least a little bit interesting and somewhat informative. So my talk today, I will be telling you a little bit about admissions to Oxford University, and in particular focusing on choosing a college, giving you a little bit of information about the collegiate system at Oxford and admissions preparation. So I've structured my presentation in the following way. I'll quickly introduce myself, tell you a little bit about my research and my educational background before that. Then we'll talk about the structure and overview of the university, and then we'll look at undergraduate courses, which is the topic I imagine a lot of you or a lot of the students in the audience will be interested in, before moving on to some admission preparation advice and a general sort of look at how that's done, before looking at a little bit about the student life, what it's like to study and live in Oxford, and then I will summarize everything at the end. So my current research is, I'm currently a postdoc in radio astronomy. I'm part of the experimental radio cosmology group at the University of Oxford, and we're developing the band 5 receiver of the Square Kilometre Array Telescope, or the SKA. Now, the SKA is one of these, next generation observational facilities, which alongside things like the James Webb Space Telescope, which you may have heard about recently, which is the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, but focusing on infrared wavelengths rather than optical. You have things like the EELT, which is going to be coming online, the European Extremely Large Telescope in the optical wavelengths, and the SKA, together with those other facilities, will really be able to complement the other observatories to give a nice, an interesting new look at our universe and at things that are going on in space. So the Square Kilometre Array, it's an intergovernmental international project that's actually being built and developed across 2 continents at the moment. There's the low frequency side of it that's being built in Australia, and the stuff that I'm working on, that's going to be built in the Karoo Desert in South Africa. And the reason this facility is built effectively in a desert to some extent is twofold. One, it's because deserts are generally very dry places, and this is good because water vapor in the atmosphere actually attenuates the signals that are coming in, and so building telescopes in dry locations actually increases the amount of signal that can get through the atmosphere. And the other reason is that because we're focusing on radio frequencies, satellite interference actually is a bit of a problem in certain areas. So by building the telescopes in fairly remote locations, you actually minimize the effect of passing satellites interfering with your signal and blocking the stuff that you're really interested in observing. So the reason it's called the Square Kilometer Array is because it's actually an interferometer type telescope. So instead of having one very big single dish, it's split up into lots and lots of little smaller dishes, because this is, from a practical point of view, this is easier to construct and put together. And so, but once you add up all the areas of all the different observing elements, you get to a total collecting area of about a square kilometer, which is massive in size and is going to make the SKA one of the most sensitive radio telescopes that's ever been produced. And one sort of fun bit of trivia or fun fact is that by the time it goes online and starts taking data, it will actually in one day be collecting as much data as there is on the whole of the internet combined, just to give you a sense of the scale of the operation. And in fact, there are currently PhD projects taking place with regards to how to process that data, because again, nobody really knows how to make sense of such a large volume of data coming into your observatory on a daily basis. So the first light is projected to be in 2027, so it's currently under construction, and the instrumental side of it is being developed. And this, I thought this was a really interesting image and a really nice image to use to show you one of the prototype dishes. This is actually from the Meerkat telescope, which is a progenitor, if you like, a kind of a proof of concept for the SKA. And you can see this sort of circular plate here. This is actually what's known as the indexer, and that's where all the instruments that are being developed, not just by our group, but by lots of other research groups across the world. This is where all the instruments are going to sit, which are going to actually collect the light as it's reflected from the primary mirror, the secondary mirror, and being brought into focus here. So that's what I've got on the next slide, is essentially this photo here, which shows the current prototype receiver that we've developed in Oxford. And you can see that it's got, we've actually left it on the roof over Christmas. I'll explain why in a minute. But the receiver is split into two subbands. So you've got these podules here. They're band 5A and band 5B. And so this entire box is going to live on this circular dish here, and depending on what frequency you want to observe in, or which subband you want to observe in, then each one of these podules will be brought into the focus of the dish. So what this instrument does is it takes the incident signal from the sky and amplifies it in both subbands by about 60 dB. So we generally use a logarithmic scale. I think it's a multiplication factor of around 1 million. And also it filters the signal into the frequency bands that we are interested in. So I think that's about 4.6 to 15.4 gigahertz. In addition, the whole system is cryogenically cooled to around and stabilized to around 15 Kelvin, or 15 degrees above absolute zero in temperature. Equivalently, I think that's about minus 258 degrees C. And this is to reduce thermal noise and to improve the signal-to-noise ratio of the incoming signal. And the effect that this has is that this essentially means that you get, it has the same effect as building about 3 or 4 additional dishes, but it's a little bit more practical and actually a little bit more cost-effective to just cool the receiver down instead of constructing, 4 more observing elements. So we're currently building with this prototype that you've got here, that you've got on the picture. That's our first one that we built. We were doing some noise temperature or sensitivity measurements on the roof of the physics department, and we're currently in the process of building a few more such receivers before taking them out to South Africa, where we will be doing a little bit of on-dish testing to make sure that everything actually works as expected and that we can do interferometry with the instrument. And so, like I said, we left this one cooling over Christmas while we were monitoring all the different physical properties inside the receiver, such as the temperature stability, and things like the pressure, just to make sure that everything was within the bounds that we expect. So before that, I did my PhD in Oxford. I did a PhD in astrophysics. I was part of the Queen's College, and my research topic focused on new detection methods for submillimeter wavelength astronomy. That's basically high radio frequency. I don't have too much time to explain in detail what it was about, but if you are interested, I'll be around after the talk, so please do come and have a chat with me then. In addition to that, I was involved in a little bit of undergraduate teaching, mainly focusing on third-year computing for astrophysics course, where I would be helping students deal with topical problems in astronomy, such as they'd be given data for a star-planet system, and the light curve would have a dip in it when the planet went in front of its host star, and from that data you could estimate and infer things like the orbital period of the planet going in front of the star, and things like the relative size of the planet to the star, as well as an estimate of its mass and its density. And this is actually the way that modern research in exoplanets is done to some extent, in order to look for things like planets within habitable zones of their stars, and to look for exoplanets which could potentially have life on them. And then before that, I did my undergraduate at Royal Holloway, which is, like I mentioned earlier, part of the University of London, where I did a 4-year integrated master's in physics, mainly with a focus on astronomy modules, because that's something that I've always been interested in and I found fascinating. So I was very lucky to be able to do a degree specializing in that. Okay, so a quick overview about Oxford. So its exact foundation date is not very well known, but there's evidence of teaching at Oxford dating back as far as 1096 or 11th century. I couldn't find the exact reference for this, so when I just did a little bit of research when I was making these slides, and so 1096 seems to be like the date that pops up everywhere. It actually grew rapidly from about 1167, when Henry II, who was then King of England, he had an argument with Thomas Becket, who was then the Archbishop of Canterbury, over a topic like the rights and freedoms enjoyed by the church. And the outcome of this argument was that English students got the blame, and they were banned from attending the University of Paris in France. The effect that this had is that Oxford actually grew from all this, and between 1249 and 1264, that's where the first colleges were established. The 3 oldest ones being University, Balliol, and Merton, with some dispute as to which one is actually the oldest. So between them, they're known as the 3 oldest, and they were all founded between 1249 and 1264. Skipping forward about 800 years, today Oxford is a modern collegiate research university, and what that means is that there isn't a certain place in Oxford which is, the University of Oxford, because all of the academic departments and all of the buildings are actually intertwined with all the town buildings, and so the university is all dotted around the city, if you like. And it's made up of colleges which are essentially financially independent and semi-autonomous groups of people. So they consist of a provost or a master, and then a body of academics, and then a body of graduate students and a body of undergraduate students. So it's essentially a college as a community of people who strive for academic pursuits, and that's complemented by academic faculties or departments which specialize in research in a particular topic. So you might have like the Department of Engineering, which focuses on engineering, or the Department of Computer Science, which focuses on computer science, and then there'll be colleges where academics study those things at those colleges. In addition, there are permanent private halls, which are very similar to colleges, except I believe that part of their funding comes from a religious body, so like a church or a parish, but to a large extent, they're the same as colleges. The departments themselves then make up 4 divisions. So you've got the humanities division, the medical sciences, mathematical, physical, and life sciences division, or MPLS, and you have social sciences. And so the departments and all the colleges together combined make up what's collectively known as the university. And so the final thing to note is that it's actually the college or the permanent private hall that awards degrees to students on behalf of the university. So students, when they're enrolled on a program or a course at the University of Oxford, generally need to have a college associated with them because it will be that college that then gives them their degree. So a few quick facts and figures about Oxford. As of December 2021, there are 26,000 students at Oxford with about 12,500 undergrads and just over 13,400 postgraduate students. 23% of the undergraduates and about 65% of postgraduates are international students, and in total, international students make up around 44% of the overall student body, or almost 11,500 students. So you can see that the international community plays a big part to the overall student body at Oxford. In addition to this, Oxford has one of the lowest dropout rates in the whole of the UK, with, for the academic year of entry of 2019 to 2020, only 0.9% of Oxford students dropping out, which is, very low compared to the significantly higher UK average of 5.3%. And finally, over 91% of Oxford graduates are employed or in further study 6 months after graduating, which is another fantastic statistic. And so this picture here, I thought was quite a nice one to include, because this is actually Turl Street in Oxford, which is usually very, very busy and full of hustle and bustle, and there's cars and bicycles and pedestrians walking around. But I actually took this during the first lockdown when I was out for one of my 30-minute allotted exercise windows, and it was completely deserted. And I thought that this was interesting to show you the contrast between, the 26,000 students that there are normally in Oxford and it being completely empty during the lockdowns. So let's talk a little bit about undergraduate admissions. So I'm sure it'll come as no surprise to anyone that undergraduate course entry is quite competitive at Oxford, and there are only about 3,300 available places each year, with over 24,000 potential applicants who applied, for instance, at the start of 2021. This means that Oxford gets more than 7 applications for every available undergraduate space going. And the result of this, once those 24,000 have been shortlisted for interview, is that the university ends up conducting about 20,000 interviews with around 10,000 applicants in a very, very busy 2-week interview period in December. So the question is, what is the best way to maximize your chances of getting a place? I'll just wait for people to take a photo. Okay, so the very first thing to do is, to choose a subject. And the important thing here is to make sure you choose something that you enjoy, because, you're going to be doing this for a fairly long amount of time. You're going to be studying this for at least generally 3 years if you go for a bachelor's. So make sure it's something that you like and that you want to study for at least 3 years of your life. But that in mind, don't just pick something that you like for instance, music, if you don't know the difference between your treble clef and your bass clef, because, you have to be a bit competent and, reasonably good at your chosen subject in order to have a chance of getting a place. Next, you want to find out which colleges actually offer a degree in your chosen subject, because not all colleges will cater for every subject. So for instance, some of the permanent private halls will specialize in things like theology and more religious focused degrees, and they might not do certain things like engineering. But once you've picked a subject and you've done a little bit of research on different colleges, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. You pick a college that offers the subject you wish to study, and you will generally apply for a degree for a course at that college. The best way to pick a college is to actually go to open days, because most colleges will have these for their prospective students, I think generally sometime in late June, and there's another window in early September. And some colleges will even offer virtual open days, because I realize that I'm giving this talk and saying that the best thing to do when choosing a college is to go to an open day, but people being based in South Korea might find it difficult to go all the way to the UK for an open day. So some colleges, I believe University and Trinity in particular, have what they call open days in virtual format, which they did when the whole country was in lockdown. And some of that material is still available online. So it's a very good resource to have a look at and just get a general feel for the college. And also you can read the college prospectus. Most colleges will have this online, and this is a really good tool that gives you an overview of the college, the various facilities that it provides, and kind of a little bit more about the history and the feel of every particular college. So a few things to think about and to consider when you come to choosing a college. The first one is accommodation, because you're likely to be living away from home for the first time, for the students, and I believe that all colleges will offer accommodation for students in their first year of study. Some of the bigger ones will generally offer accommodation for the whole duration of the degree, but this is not the case for all colleges. So if you're somebody who likes a more structured approach to university, it might be good to aim for a college that offers accommodation for the duration of the degree, whereas if you're somebody who wants a bit more independence, you want to live out with your friends, for example, then it might be a good idea to look for a college where you can live outside of the college for your second and third years, for example. Next on the list is study space. This is very important because you're going to be spending a lot of your time writing essays, doing problem sheets, various assignments, that sort of thing. And I believe all colleges will have a library, but some of them, if you're like myself, I don't really like working in a library because it's all very quiet and you're almost too scared to move. I prefer a much more, a slightly more informal place to work, like a cafe, something like that, where I can, for instance, listen to music. So some colleges will have a variety of study spaces, little common rooms and things like that, maybe computer rooms. So do a little bit of research and think about what study space and what facilities the college provides. Next is social life. This is very important because your college will essentially be your home away from home. And some colleges, especially the undergraduate student bodies, will provide lots of events for their undergraduate students. So these are things like, movie nights, various walks around the city, maybe trips to the cinema, things like that. And some are definitely a little bit more vibrant than others. So make sure there's a good balance of, extracurricular and social activities as well. Size and number of students, again, this is another one to consider because I think that some of the bigger colleges have around 900 students, including undergrads and postgrads. And if you're somebody who likes being part of a big and vibrant community, then you may wish to apply to a larger college, whereas I think some of the smaller colleges have as few as 300 students. So if you prefer a smaller, more intimate, more cozy environment, then a smaller college might be right for you. Just for reference, I was at Queen's College, which is a photo of the front quad here, and I believe that's a medium-sized college of about 500 students. Gym and sports facilities, again, if you're somebody who's very sporty or who enjoys taking part in things like physical activities, then this is one to consider because there is a gym that's open to all members of the university down at Iffley Road, but this is generally very oversubscribed and it can get busy. And some colleges have really, really good gyms, which generally aren't super crowded, and you can go and get a workout in any time you want. And you also have various things like football clubs, rugby clubs, boat clubs, various sports that the colleges have, and they all compete against each other in all these various things. So you might wish to think about your college from the point of view of the sporting facilities as well. Catering. So again, every college will have a dining hall and it will serve sort of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But you might be at sport practice one day and you may miss the dinner slot. So you might want to think, do I have a kitchen where I can cook some food? Or you might be really into cooking. Does my college come with a kitchen, or does the accommodation provide catering facilities? So I believe I'm right in saying that on the main site, Queen's doesn't really provide kitchens or anything that's any ways of making a fire, because it actually burnt down in the late 1600s, and then they rebuilt it, and ever since then they've been very, very careful about any fires taking place in the future. Proximity to town and your department. So this is another good one. Like I mentioned before, you'll be studying in your department for most of the time, and then you'll be working in your college. So there's going to be a lot of moving, back and forth from your college to your department and vice versa. So for example, if you were to study engineering, one of the colleges that's really nearby is Keble, and that always gets a large number of applicants going there or applying there to do engineering, because it's a 2-minute walk from the engineering department. So think a little bit about where you want to study and how far away, what you want to study and how far away is your college from your department. But the other thing to mention is don't overthink it. You might still end up anywhere. Most courses will offer you, will give you an interview at 2 colleges. So you might end up having an interview at your first choice college, and then a second random college. And it could be that you end up either at that one, or you could even end up at one that you never applied to and never interviewed at. It all depends, how in that particular year, how many students apply to each college and which ones are oversubscribed and which ones are not. And then the final point is, again, don't overthink it, because ultimately all the colleges have more in common than what sort of divides them and differentiates them. And in my experience, most students end up really liking whichever college they end up at, because that's kind of like your family away from home, and you become part of that college's community and that college's life. And even if they didn't apply there, they generally really like that college, wherever they end up. Okay, so a little bit, I'm just going to check how I'm doing for time. Okay, so yeah, so let's have a very quick chat about the personal statement. So this is one of the supporting documents that you will need to submit along with your application. And this is essentially like a cover letter that says, why do you want to study a particular subject? Best thing to do when you're writing your personal statement is to just be honest about your interests. And if you're not completely sure what your interests are yet, which is completely natural and normal, then take a little bit of time to think about them. Maybe do a little bit of exploring, do work experience in the area that you want to, or that you're thinking about studying, to try and discover what you're good at, what you like, what you don't like. And it's definitely good to do this before you apply, so that you're not trying to do all this in a bit of a last-minute rush and a last-minute panic. Also, in your personal statement, don't just focus on what you enjoy, but also try and say why you enjoy it. Don't just say, I enjoy maths, or I enjoy physics. Try and give examples of when you've done maths and why you find it fascinating, or why you find it interesting, or whatever subject you're applying for. In addition to that, it would be very good to include any notable extracurricular activities, because these will essentially, back up your interests and enhance your application. But try to focus on things that are relevant to the application, to the subject that you're applying for. So, for example, if you're applying to do maths, maybe you've taken part in a maths Olympiad. Put that in. Equally, if you're applying for something like English literature, maybe you've taken part in essay competitions. Put that down. And these are all generally good sort of extracurricular or supercurricular activities related to your subject, which are very good to put in. And most importantly, be able to evidence or show evidence of any claims that you make. So a classic example is, engineering applicants will quite often say that they're influenced and inspired by the works of Isambard Kingdom Brunel. And then they get to the interview stage, and the interviewer will ask them, oh, okay, you've said you're inspired by Brunel to study engineering. Can you give 2 examples of his work? Everyone always names the Clifton Suspension Bridge, but they get a little bit caught out when trying to think of the second one. So the point here is, do a little bit more than just the very, very surface level basic research, and, really know your stuff when you go for the interview. Okay, so aptitude tests. This is 5 minutes? Yeah. So very, very quickly on aptitude tests. So these are essentially like entrance exams, which pretty much all students that want to study a degree at Oxford will have to take. And some of them, like, the applicants for law and applicants for medicine will generally have to take an admissions test, irrespective of whether they go to Oxford or Cambridge, but at all universities in the UK. Best thing to do is to get familiar with the format and content, and for this, there's a lot of past papers and a lot of material online. Generally speaking, try to learn the syllabus. This is generally AS and GCSE, but some topics will not be covered, and especially the questions towards the end will be more advanced. Best advice I think I can give is to try doing the questions and try doing these questions under timed conditions. In addition to that, start prep as early as possible. Ideally, as soon as you know what it is you want to do for your subject. And so the other thing to remember is that this is fundamentally a skill that can be practiced and refined to kind of fine-tune your problem-solving skills, because a lot of the stuff that you'll see on there might not be stuff that you've encountered before. So it's not really a fixed curriculum with recommended textbooks and so forth. We won't have time to go through the examples, which some of you may be very happy about. But so, once you've got through the aptitude tests, you'll get to the interview stage, which will likely, and you'll likely have 2 interviews at 2 different colleges. Think of the interview as a mini tutorial. The interviewers often won't want to see what you already know, but rather how teachable you are. And so to that extent, they'll want you to speak through your thought process when you're answering whatever questions you may have. And so the best thing to do here is to just speak your thought process out loud, and don't worry about making mistakes or saying anything that's wrong. The worst thing you could do is just freeze up and not say anything. The interviewers will generally guide you through the process. They're not going to be admissions tutors like your admissions tutors from UCAS or something. They're going to be actual fellows or researchers in that field, and they'll have had lots of experience guiding students through their interviews. And the general format is that it will start with something that's quite simple, and it will develop and develop and develop up to a point that's beyond something that you or the student will know. And the final thing to do is to practice. Get your teachers to try and run through some mock-style Oxford or Cambridge interview questions with you, just to get a feel for doing those things and thinking under a little bit of external pressure. So student life, basically one of the very final slides, if we have time for. Okay, so Oxford terms are very, very short. They're only 8 weeks, which is very intense compared to most universities in the UK, which are around 12 weeks. The students will generally live in college in their first year, where they get things like their accommodation, their food, social activities, and that's where they'll have tutorials, which when they get an assignment, they'll go back to college and practice it or have a go at it, and then they'll have a small group of other students also studying that course. We'll have like a 1-hour tutorial, which is essentially a small mini class where they can cover any topics that they weren't sure about or anything that they didn't understand. And the other nice thing about the collegiate system is that because there will only be a few students studying the same course as you in your year, it's a really good opportunity to meet people and get to know people from other courses. And yeah, I think we mentioned that the lectures and practicals generally will take place in the department. So the other nice thing about the student life is the wealth of extracurricular activities that students can take part in. There's things both at the college level and at the university level. So the college level will be stuff like the JCR and MCR committee. JCR is the junior common room, so that's the body of undergraduates. The MCR is the middle common room, which is the graduate student body at every college. These both have committees run by students where they have a small budget and they organize events for their college. So one year I was the welfare officer in my MCR, and I did things like did fortnightly like tea and cake events where students could come, talk about any issues they were having, enjoy some snacks, just hang out, and I'd try and be available and accessible to talk to them about anything that might be bothering them at the time and work through those issues. In addition, you have sports. So like I mentioned during the forum, most colleges will have a boat club, which makes rowing very accessible. Not that I'm pushing the rowing agenda at all. It was just something that came to mind to talk to you about when I was making these slides. And in addition to that, there's lots of musical societies. Most colleges will have a choir. And there's plenty of other university-wide societies, clubs that you can get involved with. Everything from bell ringing, Quidditch, to blues level sport. So basically the advice is to find something that you might like and just get stuck in. And so to summarize, it's, studying at Oxford is quite competitive and fairly intense. To maximize the chances of getting a place, really think carefully about what you wish to study and then prepare your application and practice, practice the admissions tests, practice the interviews. Don't panic in the interview, and finally, try to enjoy it. And on that note, I think I will leave and say thank you very much, and I will take questions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
조금 이따가 퀴즈 받으면 조금 이따가 할게요. 지금 시간이 조금 30분씩이어가지고. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 그래요. 다음 분은 그 캠브리지에서 오신 그 알리슨이라는 분인데 그 두 개를 준비했거든요. 자기소개서에 대한 준비. 이게 이제 저희 학생들한테는 좀 더 맞을 것 같긴 해요, 지금. 그리고 하나는 왜 리서치가 중요하냐라는 질문인데 그 주제인데 어떤 게 좋으실 것 같으세요? 첫 번 당연히 제가 그죠? 리서치 부분은 사실 제가 이해하기 힘든 부분 좀 있고, 그다음에 제가 리서치 부분은 혹시 저한테 개인적으로 물어보면 제가 좀 더 쉽게 좀 설명을 좀 해드릴게요. 그리고 저희 학생들한테는 굉장히 상담을 하면서 이 부분을 제가 지금 많이 강조하거든요. 그래서 오늘은 그것보다도 모든 사람들에게 관심 있는 퍼스널 스테이트먼트에 대해서 좀 얘기를 좀 깊게 좀 해볼게요. 방금 그 얘기를 했지만 좀 짧게 했고, 그다음에 이분은 좀 그죠? 캠브리지에 대해서도 얘기를 해드리고, 그다음에 그 자기소개서도 좀 얘기해드리고 그렇게 할 겁니다. 네, 오케이.
So we doing this one? Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I can stand here.
Camera. Yeah, okay.
Is that? Yes, there. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone. So I'm going to talk about the importance of research at top universities.
We have to personal statement.
You're not this one. Okay. The other one. So we're not going to talk about this. We're going to talk about personal statement instead. I apologize, there's a lot of listening. I hope this is proving interesting and useful, and then we'll have time for questions if you wish later on. Okay, take two. All right, so personal statement and how to advance your portfolio. So my discipline, my domain is education. So I will be talking about this influenced by that stance, but a lot of what I say will be more widely applicable. So the purpose of your personal statement then is to promote you. This is the opportunity, the first opportunity you've got for people who are reading this to really get a sense of who you are and what you can offer. So you want to put your strengths forward in that. And Andre mentioned this a little bit. You want to show your interest in a subject. The readers want to see that you are interested to study something, but they want to see more than that. They want to see that you've got some understanding as a foundational basis on which to develop in those university places. And it's also important that I've used the word show your interest rather than tell the reader about your interests. There is a difference between saying I am interested in and saying I have engaged in X, Y, and Z, I have participated, and I've followed up on something, which shows you've acted on your interests rather than just something interests you. It's active rather than what might be considered passive. And state why you're interested so that it's believable, it's more convincing. It's also important through this to show your independence of thought. When you go to these universities, you will have lectures, you will have seminars and supervisions, but a lot of it is independently following up on ideas, wider reading, and showing initiative that you can study things And it's, again, acting on that interest. So independence to pursue those academic interests is really important. But doing that also enables you to evidence that you are aware of and you've got access to the academic discourses related to your topic of study. So that might be, what I mean by that is things like reading journal articles and showing that you understand some of the debates that are going on in your course of study. If you can comment on something that you found interesting that's relevant in your topic at the moment, some reading you've done around it, and why that's interesting to you, it shows you're aware of the conversations and the topics that are relevant in your discipline. So it's important, it may be stating the obvious, to highlight your academic strengths. Of course, strong grades are important in such statements, but very much making sure that those strengths that you identify are related to the course of study that you're applying for. Within this, you can highlight experiences and interests that are related to these strengths. So if you've engaged in some, taken part in committees or volunteered for something that's related to your study, the supercurricular element, that's important to show as it shows the wider picture and again shows that independent pursuit. But do keep your academic focus as the dominant space that you offer. I think within the 4,000 character count that you've got, a rough ballpark is sort of 75% should be academic focus, 25% more extracurricular. So do keep that in mind as you're thinking about that. And when you're talking about these experiences and interests, think about the skills that you've developed through those. So it's again this showing engagement rather than just interest. So if you've engaged in these different activities, what skills have you developed? Maybe things like teamwork, communication, problem solving, creativity, that are those sort of study skills that people will be looking for as well. So ultimately, this is a space for you to identify why you're a good fit for the university, for the course that you're applying for. I appreciate within that, as Yasmin says, you'll be applying for 5 courses, 5 universities. So it needs to be sort of general enough that all of those institutions can feel that you're writing to them, whilst being specific enough that equally people can feel that you're not ruling them out in your application. So there's a broad structure that is probably useful to follow when you're writing these things. You will probably write your opener and close last because they need to be really powerful. It's a cliche, but first and last impressions do count. You want to hook your reader in and grab their attention. They're probably reading an awful lot of these statements and they will give them their attention, but you want to stand out. So that first sentence or first couple of sentences is really important, and your powerful conclusion at the end to really not repeat, but to summarize some strengths and end on a powerful note, leave a good impression at the end, are really important. So then the main body of your statement should again show that passion for the academic study, show you've engaged, show you've got some understanding of the discipline, not just interest, and your insights into its practices, show you know how this discipline works. You can highlight relevant working experience that we've talked about, so this supercurricular elements, these experiences you've engaged in, but use that to offer reflection points, not just that you've done these things, but what you've gained from doing them. That adds to your strength as a candidate. So overall, you're trying to build up this convincing and coherent narrative of strengths that take you through, relevant to the course of study, and finish with this really powerful conclusion that will make someone remember you at the end of the day. You can identify activities related to the subject you're applying for that aren't solely academic. That shows you as a rounded individual and not just someone who's solely focused on study. I know the study is really important and it should dominate, but you want to show you're bringing something else and something that will enrich what you can offer and contribute during your time. And then extracurricular interests, you can bring those in, but relate them to the skills that you've developed through them, as I mentioned. So the roughly 6 broad areas that you want to cover. Probably, as I say, writing your introduction, your hook, and your conclusion probably last, once you've got the rest in place. So that's the what. Let's talk a little bit about the how and how you go about writing this kind of thing. So I think an overall suggestion would be to give yourself lots of time. This doesn't necessarily mean that you will spend months constantly writing it or hours constantly writing it, but writing it over a longer period of time will allow you to think between that, to think of things that you'd not thought of at the start that might strengthen it and that you can then add in. It also means you're not writing it under pressure. You're more likely to strengthen it and refine it as you go. It may seem obvious, but looking at some examples will give you a really good idea of how other people have written these things. It will also give you a sense of what 4,000 characters actually looks like, because it's probably not an awful lot, really. But it will give you an idea of some of the phrasings people use, the sentence structures, specific words, and how you'll get a sense of how people are writing that creates this convincing narrative. Obviously, it's important not to copy what you read from other examples, but it gives you an idea of how people write these compelling narratives that you might be able to take forward and relate to your course, to yourself, to your strengths that you can offer. So when you've had a look at some, with in mind the course of study that you're applying for, make a list of everything about you that you think is relevant. Don't worry about structure. Don't worry about anything else. Just get the ideas down and use whatever tools are useful for that, whether it's digitally or on paper, mind map kind of thing, whatever helps. Don't throw that away because you might want to come back to that. And when you've got them all down, group them together. You will probably at that point have way more than you can include in your statement, but that's good because then that means you're only putting in the things that are really, really strong when you are actually writing it. So when you've got those groups, start trying to turn your list into sentences because as we said, it's important you're not just listing, I've done this, 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 and this. You need to write about what you've done, why you've done it, and what you've gained from it. So starting to put those into sentences, you may also start to see these ideas go together and other ways to organize it so that it's that strong ideas that are coming forward and why they're relevant. Now, you will probably continue to edit it. That's a starting point of a draft. But once you've got it in a rough prose format, read it through and think to yourself, does it make sense, first of all? And is it convincing? You can play devil's advocate with yourself. Would you give yourself a place? And how could you make it stronger, ultimately? This is not to judge yourself harshly, but to help yourself to improve it. Think about what's missing. It's probably way too long at this point. You've probably got lots in there. Don't worry at this point about your character count. Make sure you've allowed time for editing it down. So if anything's missing, add it in. And if anything isn't really pulling its weight, anything isn't as strong as you feel it could be, either strengthen it or take it out. And you will only know what's best to do there. It's this essence of getting you as a strong candidate down on the page. You are, of course, the best person to write that and to know what needs to be in there. When you think you've got all of the content in there, start trying to edit it down. Every character needs to earn its place. If something isn't strong enough, strengthen it or take it out. If you feel you want all of the content in, start playing around with different words. Use a thesaurus, identify synonyms where it's a character count, not a word count. So use shorter words in some cases. also perhaps thinking about your use of adjectives to make points stronger. They can really help to state something more strongly, but you might want to consider using them wisely rather than lots of them. And then when you feel you've got that roughly down, go away from it for a little bit. Give it some space. You'll continue to think about it and then come back to it. Read it through again and repeat it from the top. And reflect on yourself again. Not to judge it harshly, but to see where it can be improved. So then you've done the hard work. You've got it all down there. It's just reviewing and making it as strong as it can be. So check those first and final sentences are really strong. Are they really creating the first and final impressions that you want? Are they really hooking and leaving those positive points in people's minds? I think one point to say is that we can often be quite modest when we try and write about what we can each offer and identify our strengths. But if you don't put those strengths down, the person reading it will not know. We spoke to someone the other day who said their daughter was quite good at maths. And then as the conversation continued, we realized that she was actually really very good at maths and had a number of things that could evidence that. But if those evidence points aren't put in there, the person reading it cannot know that. And so you've got to give them the basis to know that you're strong. At various points when you're writing this, but particularly when you're getting to this point, it's really important to seek constructive but critical feedback. So seek this from people whose opinion you trust and who you value, but ensure that they will. When I say be critical, I don't mean to criticize you, but to engage within it in a way that, again, can make it stronger. So they're really identifying points that could be strengthened. And make sure that you don't give it to people who will just say, that's really good. You want to use this as an opportunity to improve it. But it might be helpful to give the people giving you feedback some pointers if there are particularly things that you're not sure about, or some elements on which you'd appreciate feedback so that they can focus on that. So first of all, do they understand what you're trying to say might be useful? And if they don't, is there any way it could be improved? And also, because if you're getting feedback from someone who knows you, they might be able to say if there's something that they know about you that isn't in there that perhaps should be. Whereas again, someone reading it in university wouldn't know that. So that might be a helpful point they can offer to you. And then once you think you've got that there, you've edited it down, really do give yourself time to read it through thoroughly for mistakes. You may also want to get someone else's eye over it to read it. When we've written something and read it lots of times, we tend to read what we expect to see, and we don't always see any mistakes that are in there. So having someone else look over it could be really helpful. And of course, if there are a number of you writing this, perhaps sharing them around for that proofread could be a useful use of everybody's time and a supportive procedure. So a sort of lasting point in terms of the personal statement then, we've talked about the actual writing of it and how it might be useful to go about it, but also thinking at this point in terms of what might you include in that list of ideas, the things that you can offer, your strengths to put in this application, and have a think now, is there anything missing that you either could show that you do, you engage with, that you could join? Is there anything else that you could do between now and when you need to apply that might mean you've got something stronger to write about when you're at that point? So are there opportunities? Are there related to your interests and without overwhelming what you've already got to do otherwise? Are there things that you could do or join or support others in that mean you've got those skills and you've got those strengths that you can then convincingly write about when you get to that point? And again, it's important that through that you can show understanding and you can show engagement and not just interest. Interest is important. It's a really important starting point. But to make this strong, you need to act on that interest and show you've done something with it. That was a lot. I don't know if we've got a minute or so for questions, or we can come back at the end.
혹시 질문이 있으세요? Maybe I can give you some kind of more explanation about things. 자기 소개서에 대해서 제가 잠깐만 좀 소개해 드리자고. Thank you very much. Sorry. Sorry. 그래 자기 소개서가 어떤 건지 어떻게 구성을 해야 되는지 왜 그다음에 어떤 식으로 좀 체크를 해야 되는지 왜 이런 부분에 대해서 세심하게 좀 얘기를 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 혹시라도 이 부분이 필요하면 제가 자료 영상을 녹화할 테니까 또 드리고 그렇게 할게요. 근데 기본적으로 자기소개서는 너무너무 중요해요. 그래서 모든 학교가 자기소개서 쓰면 다 본다라고 생각을 하시면 돼요. 그리고 깊숙이 본다. 그리고 생각을 하면서 본다라고 생각을 해야 돼요. 그래서 제가 제 학생들은 대부분 자기소개서 보거든요. 근데 정말 한 줄도 못 쓰는 사람이 있어요. 한 줄도 필요하지 않는 사람이 있어요. 왜냐면 미국식으로 적는 거죠. 그러니까 과거에 뭐 됐고 어떻게 태어났고 어떻게 하고 이걸 요구하는 게 아니거든요. 이 영국에서 요구하는 자기소개서는 그 전공에 대해서 나만이 가지고 있는 독특한 열정은 뭐냐 이런 것들이거든요. 그러니까 대학에서 이렇게 그다음에 얘기했지만 4천 캐릭터거든요. 문자 하나에서 4천자거든요. 그러니까 한 500자 이 정도밖에 안 되거든요. 400자, 500자, A4 한 장밖에 안 되거든요. 거기에 내 백그라운드 다 넣을 수가 없어요. 그러니까 전공에 대한 열정만 필요한 거예요. 네가 왜 이 전공에 관심 있냐? 네 전공 그죠? 우리 학교에 이 전공 왜 관심 있냐 이거거든요. 근데 그쪽에서 보는 건 우리 학교 들어오기에 충분히 퀄리파이 됐다 이런 걸 보는 게 아니라 이 사람이 예를 들면 의대에 관심 있어, 이코노믹스에 관심 있어라고 하면 이 사람이 의사가 되고 이코노미스트가 되는데 지금 이 사람이 충분한 스킬을 가지고 있느냐 이걸 보는 거예요. 이해되시죠? 그래서 전공에 대해서 무조건 포커스를 맞춰야 된다. 그리고 아까 25%는 다른 부분 그죠? 엑스트라 커리큘러 뭐 운동이라든지 뭐 이런 건 넣어도 되거든요. 이 부분은 밸런스를 그죠? 어떻게 유지하는지 왜 이런 걸 보는 거고요. 그다음에 다른 어스펙트를 좀 보는 거죠. 이걸 통해 가지고 그다음 이것만 계속 알고 있는 이게 한 가지에만 관심 있는 사람이 아니라 다른 부분 예를 들면 뭐 팀워크라든지 그죠? 뭐 운동을 같이 한다든지 팀워크라든지 그런 것도 그다음에 스트레스를 좀 극복한다라고 하면 음악을 듣는다든지 왜 이런 것들을 밸런스 때문에 하는 거예요. 아시죠? 그래서 간단히 그렇게 좀 소개해드리고요. 그다음에 sorry. 그다음에 다음 분 소개해드릴게요. 이분은 그 닥터 렌달 페리시고요. 그리고 이분이 임페리얼 대학교에서 오신 분이고요. 제가 앞서 설명해드렸지만 프로에드하고 GSDC 파운더이기도 하고요. 그다음에 이분은 컴퓨터 사이언스 미래 컴퓨터가 어떤 영향을 미치는지 이 부분에 대해서 얘기를 해드릴 거예요. 그래서 내용에서 약간 양자 컴퓨터 나오고 하는데 어렵게 설명하진 않을 거예요. 양자 컴퓨터 지금 우리가 쓰고 있는 컴퓨터라든지 휴대폰이라든지 그것보다 훨씬 앞선 컴퓨터가 이미 가지고 있는 거고요. 그래서 미래에 어떻게 발전한지 그다음에 뭐 그죠? 챗 GPT 왜 이런 것들 그다음에 우리가 뭐 지금 웨어러블 기기 왜 이런 것들에 대해서 좀 설명을 해드릴 거예요. 그리고 여기에서 고라고 나오는데 고가 그 일본어로 바둑을 얘기하는 거거든요. 그래서 우리는 익숙한 알파고가 있죠. 알파고에 대한 얘기를 하니까 왜 이런 용어만 좀 이렇게 하면 그렇게 내용 어렵지 않고 좀 쉬운 내용으로 좀 얘기를 했거든요. 그래서 많이 도움이 될 것 같고요. 또 임페리얼 대학에 대해서 설명해 드릴 겁니다. 오케이?
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. I'm glad to see all of you. My talk is, I've been asked to talk on computer and artificial intelligence. I see on the board that it's asking for interviews, so I will try to squeeze in a little bit of interview questions as I go along. And I don't know how many of you are interested in artificial intelligence and computing. It's kind of a hot topic today.
제 학생 중에서 메디슨이 제일 인기 있고 그 다음에 관심 있는 게 컴퓨터 사이언스거든요. 그래서 컴퓨터 사이언스를 좀 부탁드렸습니다.
Okay. So a quick summary of what I'm going to go through, and I'll give you a little bit more background about myself and some of the questions or some of the slides when we get up to Imperial College. I'll actually try to fit some interview questions in if you think that you would like me to. Okay. This is a little bit about myself. One of the things that I'm involved in is that you have the brochures for is Pro-Ed. And the interest that I have in that and also the Global Space Design Challenge is really education. I'm a scientist by training. I have done some computer things in the past. I originally programmed computers way back when the computer was as big as this room, and you did punch cards and you got out an answer. And now this is much, much more powerful than those old computers. So things are evolving fast. But I'm really interested in education. I've written one paper called The Theory of Knowledge, which is about constructivist teaching techniques. And I hesitate to use the word teaching because what we really want to do is facilitate students to learn on their own. And these programs like Pro-Ed and the Global Space Design Challenge and the charity that I work on here is all based on that concept of wanting students to learn rather than being taught. Whoops, I went the wrong way, sorry. So this is a page from the brochure that you have on Pro-Ed. So you can all look at that on your own. If you need to and want to, there's two websites that you can look up to get more information about both the the Global Space Design Program. This website is for the Space Science Engineering Environmental Foundation, which does the Global Space Design Program. Also, it does several other programs in the U.S., or excuse me, we're doing them in the U.S. in the future, but right now we're doing them in the U.K. Those programs are space settlement design, also environmental design competitions, and for younger students, galactic challenges and eco-meets. And some of those we're actually starting to do in China at the moment, and they will be coming to Southeast Asia, and if anybody's interested, eventually Korea. Pro-Ed, the Global Space Design Challenge, the Environmental Design Challenge, all support the charity, which is the SSEF. And for those of you that have students, and I know there's some here in the UK at OIC, they're free to enter these programs that are put on by the Space Science Engineering Foundation. There's no cost. They're open programs to everybody. So this is a little bit about the GSDC. It's for 15 to 18-year-old students. It's an industry simulation. It was based on the concept of what really happens, like at NASA in the United States. Different companies are given a request for proposal, and they submit in a presentation to NASA the results of their research in doing that proposal. The students organize into companies. They elect their own officers. They have their own engineering staff. Adults are there to supervise them. They do it much like they would do at NASA. They have red teams of adults that go along just to check to see how the students are doing, but it's all students' own work, not adult input. There's no teaching involved at all. And they do learn a lot after they go through that process. Imperial College, I'll let you read this, and while you're looking at it, I might talk a little bit about interviews. The interview procedure at Oxford and Cambridge is substantially different than Imperial College and the other G5 universities. Not all departments actually even hold an interview. So if you're interested in a topic and you don't speak well to people or respond well, you might choose a department that doesn't have an interview. But most of them do. If you get an interview at Imperial College, you have a very high probability of getting a place and getting an offer at the university. It's quite different at Oxford and Cambridge. They're there to see how you think. and you're going to be interviewed by different people, not just a person that's in the department interviewing all of the students. A lot of times you're going to have tutors, professors that are actually going to be working with you, and they want to know if they want to work with you. And you get also to decide if you want to work with them. So never think that when you talk to students, or the ones of you that are students here, an interview is both them interviewing you, but there's also a little bit about you interviewing them. You want to make sure that you really want to be there. So Imperial College is fairly large, has 125 countries. I think I said a different number earlier. It has the highest concentration of high-impact research in the UK, and that pretty much also is in the United States and the world. It has a it's very research intensive. So it's technical, science, technology, engineering, medicine, but also business school. So one thing that we'll talk about later is Imperial College is spread out and throughout London through 13 different hospitals. They're all large hospitals. They're the primary hospitals in London, Chelsea, Westminster, the Royal Free. So there's a very large medical component to Imperial College. And as I said earlier, there's also a lot of non-British students. I think in my department, which is Earth Science and Engineering, it's at least 35%. And when we get to medical, it's slightly different because there's a limit on how many foreign students can actually go to medical school. It's a 7.5% of the applicants can be foreign students. Otherwise, the rest are in the UK. So, as I said, it's in science, technology, engineering, medicine, business, but it's in a really nice area in London. Next to Hyde Park, you have Albert Hall, the Natural History Museum, which is one of the better ones in the world. Victoria and Albert are all within just 3 to 4 minutes walk of where my office is in Imperial. And so I really love the area. It's a great area. And if you're interested in shopping, it's about a 10-minute walk to Harrods. And there's a lot of great shopping of all of the designer stores and stuff. But so we'll get to the, how many of you are interested in artificial intelligence? Anybody want to raise a hand? So this, okay. How about computers in general? Other than using this computer, now everybody has one of these here, I'll wager. So anyway, well, maybe it'll be a good experience for everybody. AI is going to permeate our lives in the future. We've all seen how computers have changed things, laptops, cell phones, biometrics. Everything is quickly moving in that field. And artificial intelligence has only played a small part up to this point. If you look at regular computers, laptops, obviously, and that's my laptop as I was preparing this talk yesterday morning. And this is a supercomputer. The supercomputer can take up a lot of space, and there's some interesting parts about computing. You can build these massive computers that are very fast, but they still have one issue. They're linear. They use bits just like the phone does, just like the laptop does. This is a quantum computer. It's a computer of the future, although they are functioning and producing results right now. That computer is actually quite small. The computer itself needs to be about this big, but it takes up quite a bit of space because it needs supercooling. So the environment around the computer is quite a bit larger. So the question is, though, what does a computer like a quantum computer actually do, and how is it organized? It's a bit complicated. It's based on quantum mechanics, superposition. If you know about the box experiment with Schrodinger's cat, if you have a closed box and a cat inside, you don't actually know if the cat is alive or not alive until you open the box. It can, in the point of quantum mechanics is it can be in either state, and you don't know until it's observed. Quantum computing works along the same way with qubits. The difference is that as you add qubits to it, it exponentially increases in power. So it goes by, say, power of 10. It gets 100 times bigger, then 1,000 times, and then 1,000,000 times bigger as you add a qubit. A regular computer is limited because it's a linear addition. You had code based on binary code, and you just keep adding that and expanding it on. But it's much less powerful than quantum computers will be. And we're probably talking about things like, right now, we can't break crypto systems like government cryptography, but quantum computers will probably quite easily be able to break those kinds of systems because they can process so much data in a short period of time. Some of the things that are important in computing in general are blockchain, which probably everybody's heard about in finance. Artificial intelligence, which is the main thing that we're going to talk about after this, robotics. CRISPR, does everybody know what CRISPR is? It's a DNA technique for analyzing and modifying DNA. It's going to materially change the medical profession. I mean, we're looking at things now like we can do our ancestry with DNA and stuff, but we're actually going to be able to specifically look at the medicines that we take based on not everybody's DNA, but our own personal DNA. So everything will be targeted and tailored, but you can also, with CRISPR, adjust your DNA. So if you are subject to a particular disease, you may be able to alter that and fix it with CRISPR. The cloud, I think everybody knows about. Quantum computing, we've talked a little bit about, and that's all we'll really say about that. So what is artificial intelligence? It's a smart software and hardware that is able to perform tasks that typically have required humans. So the big difference is we all know that this phone and our laptops are not as smart as we are about solving problems, being creative. But with artificial intelligence, they will be. I say that with a great deal of both pessimism and optimism, because frankly have some worries about what happens when artificial intelligence entities have the capability that we do, and they have access to the world of data, what's going to happen at that point. So one of the early tests, I'll start with a little bit of history going back, is artificial intelligence has been around as a concept since the mid-50s. So it's not a new concept, but it really didn't go anywhere until about 2015 in the case of the Go match 2016. DeepMinds is a company in the UK that really started promoting a concept called deep learning. And it's a bit of a funny term because we go deep learning. What does that mean? It's actually got a technical side to it, but it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like just deep, that we're going to dive in deep and do learning. But that's what the artificial intelligence machine will do. In 2016, Google had designed an AI computer to compete in Go. And Lee Sedol, who was the champion then, I think, is he Chinese? Does anybody know? Yeah. Oh, yes, okay. Anyway, very good. Anyway, Lee Sedol had a match with Google's artificial intelligence machine, and he lost. It astounded everybody that that a human could actually lose to a machine. So, you know, it's how much, how many moves are there in Go? Does anybody know? It's a really, really big number. It's 1,000,000 trillion, 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 trillion. The number of moves possible are 10 to the 360th. Now, to give you an idea of scale, the number of atoms in the universe is 10 to the 80th, which is a very, very big number. They're huge numbers. So the thing is if you were doing a computer that wanted to compete in something that is complex as Go, you would have to have a massive computer that worked in linear ways, and it would take a long time because what it would be trying to do is analyze every single possible move. So Lee Sedol makes a move, the computer looks at every possible outcome, and there's a huge amount of them. It would not be possible for a regular computer. I see Andre shaking his head over there, wondering about that number, 10 to the 360th. It's a very big number, there's no doubt. And so it wouldn't be possible to program a computer to do that, a regular computer, a quantum computer, or AI computer can do that. AI does not work in a linear fashion. It will not just have to assess every single move. So it's much, much better. Everybody's probably heard of ChatGPT now, I'm sure. Has everybody used it here? Anybody used it? Okay, a few nods and stuff. I've tried it. I've asked it for all kinds of different things. I asked it to write a book. I thought, I write novels for fun, and I thought, okay, I'm going to be pretty useless writing a novel in the future when I can have a computer do it in a matter of a half a second or a millisecond. And so I asked ChatGPT to outline chapters, and then I asked it to start writing chapters. When it wrote a short chapter, I said, no, I'd like a little more detail than that. I'd like, 2,000 words instead of 250 words. Right back, I got an answer right back. It's pretty amazing, and it's good. So eventually, these AI programs are just in their infancy right now. Yet we're already starting to be impacted by them. One of the areas, and for your, is it son or daughter that's at OIC? Okay. One of the areas that's really going to materially affect is going to be medicine. So I put a slide up here. This is a space settlement, one of the ones that we do in the space settlement design competitions, which I'll say for a settlement requires not only engineering and architecture, but it requires medical, government, security, all kinds of things. So a settlement is good for all different areas of students and their learning. So that's what we do with the Global Space Design Challenge and also the Charity Space Design Challenges in the UK, and also Galactic Challenge, which is for 9 to 14-year-olds. Yasmin's son just participated in one as he just turned 10, and I think was quite excited about it. So something we're all faced with now is facial recognition. It's something that we see every place. I look at my phone, I can sign on with facial recognition. So that's one of the things that's progressing along, that's changing our lives now. There's agriculture. Now, I don't know how many of you would have thought about this, but once upon a time in my past life, and somebody says you've done several things, but I say I'm old, so of course I've done several things, I owned a ranch. I raised hay for animals, llamas, cattle, and other things, and used to spend hours to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, get on a tractor, and go around squares around the field, either planting, cutting, or harvesting hay. And then there's also spraying chemicals. You don't need to do that anymore. John Deere tractors have programmed the tractors. They go out by themselves, and you just say, here's the map of the field, and it goes around the field all day, and the farmer doesn't have to sit on the tractor. The same thing would go with spraying. You can use drones to go around and spray your crops. An area that I was in raised apples. When there was a frost, the apples would freeze. So another thing that I've done that maybe Osman doesn't even know about is they used to have a helicopter, fly helicopters, which I actually love, but they are a little dangerous, I have to admit, if you do it too often. But I used to take the helicopter, go to the apple orchard when the frost set in, and would just hover all around the orchard to beat the air so that you stir up the air and you don't get the fruit killed by the frost. We all know what's happening in factories. Years and years ago, I visited a Ford factory, and I was amazed that it was all of these robotic machines building the cars and very few people. But another area that's going to be really impact us is education. I would say the two primary things that are going to impact us in the near term are going to be medicine and education. So we already talked about this, but why medicine and why education? Because now doctors train and they get good training, but they deal with a lot of people. So they're not dealing with just you as an individual when you come in. When you go to the office, it seems so, but they're treating you as part of a mass group of people. So in the future, you're going to have medicines dedicated to you, to your particular gene profile. They're going to have robots doing your surgeries. I'm rather surprised that even today we have almost 25% of all procedures and operations are either done by or assisted by robots. And it makes sense. You think about it. A human, maybe you don't want a doctor to go in for a surgery the next morning, have a doctor that was out partying the night before and be a little bit shaky. A robot can be very precise in what they do. So these are the four areas we're going to take a very quick look at. So home, personal things. We're just now starting to get some of that effect. I mean, like at the hotel I was staying, there was a robotic machine sitting there that said delivery machine. There's no reason for a person to come from the kitchen and deliver your breakfast up to a room when the robot can open the elevator, take it up to the room, and knock on the door and deliver your breakfast. There's obvious vacuum cleaners. Even just in the last year or so, we've started to see cleaning machines rolling around airports. You know, and I jump in front of them on purpose just to see how alert they are. But they have no problem with that. They can work through the crowds, continue to do their job, and do it 24 hours a day. So eventually, all of these different machines are going to help us. Is there a real reason to cook? Well, some of us like to cook. I'm not one of them, but some of you probably do. But you can have your robot in your kitchen do your cooking for you. So medical, the area that we've already briefly touched on. Assessing diseases and assessing what you have as a problem can be done quite well by computers today, but AI is going to make that really a slick operation. Back even as much as 20 years ago, when phones were still just in their infancy, GPs had programs that they could put in and say, here's 6 symptoms. What do you think I'm looking for as a disease or a problem? And unfortunately, as much as we need medicine, medicine is not a science. It's a doctor says, well, you have a pain here. It's probably this. I'll give you this pill. If that doesn't work, I'll give you another one. And if that doesn't work, maybe we'll have to do some analysis like an MRI and see what we see there and then try to figure it out. So, but it's not exactly a science like science works. So finding out what's wrong with you, then treating you in the hospital with a robotic system if you need something like that. It's all going to be part of the future of medicine. Doctors doing what they're doing now is going to be a thing of the past. For the most part, doctors will be the human relation between the patient, explaining to them what's going on, but the AI will probably diagnose what you need and treat you and prescribe that treatment. There's a thought that just probably now, and it's a guess, that the artificial programs tailored to you as an individual will expand the lifetime by about 20 years. And of course, that's just a guess, but nobody knows. So this slide is a little spooky to me some way. I mean, what if there's a flaw in the computer that's running this robot when he's deciding to slice you open and work on you? And naturally, they're not showing a human sitting there, laying there for this. But so in education, this is a pretty standard idea. We have a Meta right now putting out new virtual reality eyepieces. It hasn't taken the fancy of everybody yet, like it probably will. You have to put on the device, you have to buy it, it's kind of expensive. But think about if you're an architect and you design a building, you can put your goggles on and you can actually walk through that building and you can go up the elevator and you can walk around the floors, you can look at the view, you can see everything that's going on. And in education, that's probably going to be used, but probably even more important I'm going to go back, sorry. In education, we'll be having a personal friend that's an artificial intelligence entity that can talk to you, actually be there and look like an entity, and that they will read the student. What do they like? How are they reacting to things? How are they learning? And you'll be having to have a dialogue back and forth. So it can be very personalized. So the artificial intelligence entity is constantly learning, and that's what it does. An artificial intelligence program was developed, and then they ask it to say, I want you to compete in chess. It took it 4 hours to learn how to become a chess master. Now, I know that I can't learn to be a chess master, if I ever could, in that amount of time. So it's really quite interesting. The next area that it's going to affect us in all and is in finance, and we're starting to see that now. Banks are closing, things are online. I don't go to the bank anymore. I only use my phone. I used to use my laptop, and more recently I've migrated to phone, and I'm sure many of you have done the same thing. But it's going to do a lot more for banking institutions than that. There was a group, I recall, that went to Las Vegas that designed this. I'm going to beat the Las Vegas machine in playing blackjack. So I'm going to go to Las Vegas and I'm going to come out with a pocket full of money. Well, they had ways they use their toes and their shoes to manipulate it and then communicate the data to themselves. And in fact, you can beat blackjack. It's a statistical game. So that group of people were immediately hired by a bank to do what? To trade stocks in milliseconds. And most banks do that and rely on it. Now, if you trade stocks, you find that you're not competing against a lot of other individuals. You're competing against computers. So they're buying, selling like this all day long. And sometimes they win and sometimes they lose. But the whole object is that they end up selecting things that are going up more than they buy things that are going down when they come out with money in the bank at the end of the day. So there's blockchain, a way of verifying things, which most banks are starting to really look at. So it's going to have a major impact, as there probably won't be many bricks and mortar banks left. out there. I know I can hardly find one in London anymore. I go, there's a cash machine, the rest of the bank is closed off. So I'll say thank you very much for listening there. And if you have any questions, we're going to do them later. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Oh, mic, the mic.
감사합니다. 그래요. 지금 AI에 대해서 지금 저희 학생 중에 그런 약간 좀 일화가 있어가지고 잠깐만 얘기해드리면 제 학생 중에 컴퓨터 사이언스를 하고 있는 친구가 있거든요. 그런데 여름에 그 인턴십을 하거든요. 7월, 8월 그때 많이 하거든요. 그래서 제가 좀 추천도 많이 해주는데 골드만삭스에서 일을 한다는 거예요. 2개월 동안. 아니 컴퓨터 사이언스인데 왜 골드만삭스에서 일해? 라고 했거든요. 근데 이런 프로그램이라든지 사고 팔고 뭐 이런 것들이 되게 많이 있는 거죠. 우리도 다 금융거래를 다 모바일 폰으로 하는 것처럼. 그래서 그 얼마 정도 버는지 물어봤거든요. 그래서 무료로 하는 거지 그죠? 한 물어봤는데 한 달에 500만 원 정도로 번대요. 그래서 아 그렇게 가는 이유가 있구나. 왜 그렇게 생각했던 것 같아요. 지금 아르바이트 하는 정도인데 예, 아시겠죠? 그래서 아무튼 컴퓨터 사이언스는 지금 현재 공부하고 있는 친구도 5명 OIC 총 6명 있는데 그 중에서 2명이 의대를 간다고 했다가 컴퓨터 사이언스로 또 바꿨거든요. 그리고 그건 사실은 OIC 독특한 프로그램 때문에 그러긴 하는데 워크 익스피리언스를 해야 되고 왜 그걸 줘야 되는지 알아야 되고 뭐 이런 부분이 있긴 하는데 그죠? 그 부분은 이제 야스민이 좀 해줄 거 도와드릴 거예요. 야스민, we are going to have some break, so we have a sandwich or juice and something. So maybe 10 or 15, yeah. Okay. Okay. 지금 그 약간 15분 정도 그죠? 제가 좀 준비한 게 좀 있거든요. 제가 좀 드릴게요. 그래서 음료수하고 샌드위치하고 뭐가 포함이 됐는지 잘 모르겠는데 좀 드릴게요. 그리고 나서 야스민한테 마이크를 넘길게요. 네, 감사합니다. 안녕하세요. 그래요. 지금 그 우리 야스민 4월을 기다리는 분들이 되게 많을 거라고 생각을 해요. 그리고 지금 이분이 커버를 해야 될 게 굉장히 좀 많이 있거든요. 그래서 지금 식사 중이고 좀 드시고 있기는 하지만 제가 좀 바로 시작을 하도록 할게요. 이분이 하는 슬라이드가 무려 98페이지나 돼요. 굉장히 구체적으로 좀 얘기를 해드릴까요? 그리고 굉장히 좀 모르겠어요. 이 부분은 제가 워낙 많이 듣기도 하고 좀 같이 저도 그죠 전문적으로 좀 그죠 이렇게 리서치하는 분야니까 언제든지 끝나고 저한테 물어보셔도 거의 비슷한 얘기 제가 해드릴 수 있으니까요. 그죠? 이렇게 좀 그죠 들으시면 될 것 같습니다. Okay. Okay, we are going to start a new presentation. Presentation because already 5 p.m. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All are waiting for your presentation. All are waiting
Oh,
for your
okay, okay. Good evening, everyone. Again, I know it's been a long session. With we've heard some fantastic research conducted at Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial. We've heard about personal statement. We've heard about choosing colleges. We've heard about admission tests as well. What I really want to capture, I know the talk mentions about medicine, but what I really want to capture is that everything that has been discussed today until now are things that you would have to do in your final year before you submit application. So I want to go back a few more years. I want to go back to how do you prepare your children, or how do the students prepare themselves at whatever age point they're in, right? So whatever grade they're in. So I'm going to go back a few years just to give you a pathway. How do you begin this journey? So it's going to be more strategy that I'll be talking about. So first of all, OIC, Oxford International College, top school in the UK in terms of A-level results. 2022, 92% A-star to A grades, 99% A-star to B grades. As I mentioned earlier on, my journey in this whole education industry has actually started 20 years ago when I came to the UK as an international student, and I started tutoring in my conservatory students who didn't fit in the mainstream education in Cardiff at the time, and these were kids who were getting D and E grades, and they ended up getting A's and A-star, and it was the first time in the history of British education that we had a sixth form college that topped the league table in 2010. And not only top once, but consecutively every year until I moved to Oxford International College and I took an unranked school and made that #1 in just 2 years. But actually, the methodology of learning is designed to help students to improve their results. Obviously now, because of the demand at the college, we are competitive. It is competitive to get into OIC, but the design of the curriculum was designed to help students enhance their academic learning and build a career preparation. I've already talked about myself, but just to add, in 2011, I won the Best Science Tutor of the Year award. I taught chemistry and biology. I also won the Welsh Women of the Year award in 2015. That was given for education, and Class Nobel Educator of Distinction Award in 2015. That's given by the Nobel family. And I did a TEDx talk in 2016 about education reforms in Asia. Over the last 20 years, besides obviously teaching chemistry and biology, I was just saying to my friends here that I missed out on a lot of research opportunities because I would have loved to go in, but at the same time, I have created a lot of more doctors, engineers, lawyers, and so on. So I think I take great pride with the field that I've gone into. But I also, the last 20 years, have really focused into developing a career planning curriculum to be in parallel with the academic planning. So I've considered myself as an academic strategist, and what that means is my team and I, we help students to map both their academic planning and their career planning, but to do that on a personalized journey. So that's really my focus, and for that reason, I work very closely with top universities worldwide. I also sit on interview interview panel as well at some medical schools, but I really focus on building this career planning across all careers, across all courses at top universities, not just in the UK, but globally. Obviously, I take great pride in our academic results, being top in the league table since 2010, but I take greater pride in our admissions record. So over the last 10 years, we have sent over 1,000 students to Oxford, Cambridge, LSE, Imperial, UCL, over 800 students to medical schools, 100% of students receiving offers to Russell Group universities. I heard Suno mention the word Russell Group, so it's not just Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, not just the G5, they're also Russell Group universities who are equally very good. And then we have a small group of students who apply to the US every year, and we have had 100% success rate of students admitted into Ivy League universities. I just want to emphasize that these numbers represent international students. As an international student myself, I understand the bar, the challenges that you have to face compared to home students. So these numbers represent international students, and they are applying to courses which has less than 10% acceptance rate at these top universities. So the bar is even greater for international students. Let's understand why the bar is greater. Let's look at the Oxford statistics. So these are statistics, nationality. So you can see UK, EU, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Thailand. I didn't manage to get Korea, unfortunately. Very small numbers. But just to give you, in fact, I would say the Korean numbers are similar each year. It's quite similar to I think the lower end, the Malaysian numbers. And you can see Oxford and Cambridge. Really, there has not been there's not been a big change pre-pandemic and pandemic years, apart from UK. UK has seen a bigger rise compared to other countries. It's been quite stable. But what we have seen, however, is a rise in terms of subject choices. So the last 2 years, we've seen a rise with medical applications has increased tremendously. I think our average has been 27% rise over the last 2 years. We are seeing rise in computer science. We are seeing rise in STEM subjects, so physics, mathematics, and so on. We're also seeing rise in psychology. I'm really pleased that Alison mentioned about psychology earlier on, because a lot of South Korean students are wanting to go into psychology, life sciences, as well as engineering and STEM subjects. So we are seeing a rise in certain subjects compared to other subjects. So there's been a huge rise there. And if we look at the success rate, so somebody asked us earlier on whether or not there is a quota for Asian students for these universities. There are no quota given by the universities. The only quota is medicine, which is capped by the government at the NHS, and that is 7.5% on international students. Apart from medicine or dentistry, there are no quotas for other courses. However, there are success rates. So if we look at domestic versus international, Oxford 19%, Cambridge 19% for domestic, international Oxford 6%, Cambridge 10%, which is why somebody asked me in Hong Kong, why do we always see more of your students going to Cambridge? Well, that's the reason, really, because it's 6 versus 10%. So strategically, we advise them to apply to Cambridge over Oxford because of this. However, I must say that students who do well in their admission test, they do get through to Oxford, because I've seen, we've had engineers, lawyers, they tend to, if you smash your admission test, because Oxford interviews more students, Cambridge interviews more students, and Oxford filters before interview. So Cambridge has, I think they interview 70% of the applicants, and they filter post-interview, whereas Oxford filters pre-interview. So if you smash your admission test, you're almost there with Oxford. So generally speaking, these are the success rate. But again, you can see the bar is obviously greater for international students, right? Because also your experiences are different. So even though there are no quotas given by set by the departments, your experiences are different than a British student. So it's really important that you understand that if you want to get into these top universities, then there are strategies that you have to look at from now. And most importantly, give opportunities for the children to try those strategies and then enjoy that process. So let's look into more details. Okay, so what's the first step? I'm going to share with you our university admissions records, but what's the first step in terms of identifying, in terms of knowing what to do next? What's the tangible step? Well, the first tangible step is to identify which career group you belong to. Do you belong to healthcare and biological sciences? That covers all the life sciences. Do you belong to the physical science and mathematics groups? Or do you belong to the commerce, humanities, and social science group? And depending on what age you're at, so if you are in year 7, 8, 9, 10, those are the years to explore. Year 11, year 12, year 13 are examination years. So you have to be strategic in those years. But year 7, if you have younger siblings or younger children, year 7 to year 10 is where you explore. You try the different career groups. You try them out. Maybe one term you try life sciences, another term you try physical sciences. Let them try. And you heard today from Randall about computer science. Try computer science, but also try engineering, try psychology, because you don't know what they like until you try these things. And then you get to the point where you say, I like this, I don't like this, and then you build that passion, because you've really worked out what your interests are, all right? So just to share with you our university admission, so we had over 190 offers as of 16th of February, 11 Oxbridge offers from OIC and OIC Academy students for these courses. Again, these numbers represent international students. I'm sure you probably see on other schools which reports numbers like 20, 30, 40 to Oxbridge, but those numbers represent home students. We've seen the bar, the challenges. So international students, if you look at the percentage success rate, is 6% to Cambridge and 10% to, 6% to Oxford, 10% to Cambridge. This is Jim, one of our 2023 Oxbridge offer holder. He's 14 years old. Going to university at 16, so he's 16 now, but he started his course at 14. And he's got an offer to study mathematics at Oxford University. That doesn't mean you rush out and get your children to finish their A-levels in the next few years. What I'm trying to showcase here is that he had a strong passion for mathematics. He went on that strategy for mathematics and he got in. He got in because he had built up. And please don't be afraid of choosing an academic curiosity subject versus a vocational degree. A vocational degree, as I mentioned earlier on, medicine, dentistry, engineering, law. This is an academic curiosity degree, also very, very good, very powerful degrees to have as when you graduate. The key thing is to go to the right university for these degrees. We had 12 Oxbridge offers in 2022, 75 G5 university offers, and this is where it became phenomenal because last year in 2022 there were only 10 new seats for international medical students because a lot of the places were deferred. We had 4 out of the 10 seats, 40% of Cambridge Medicine offers available to international students. 1 in 3 Cambridge Medicine received an offer. 1 in 2 got at least 1 G5 universities. Again, the numbers I'm showing you here all represent international students. None of these students have had a home student application. We actually had, again this year, we had 4 students to Cambridge Medicine. Medicine only has 27 seats in Cambridge, and 4 to go to one school is quite a phenomenon. In fact, when I heard about it, I thought they made a mistake. And we get it next year, that will be a hat trick. So 3 years in a row with Cambridge Medicine. And we look at Imperial and UCL. So Imperial for non-medical subject, we had 59% success rate. Medicine we had 23.8% compared to 12% nationwide. Now, why is there a distinction between medicine and non-medicine? Because medicine has a government cap of 7.5%, an NHS cap, 7.5% on international students. Other courses, there are no caps, but obviously there's level of competition, the success rate. Right, 63 offers to study medicine at 25 medical schools around the world. Again, we are not just focusing on the UK. Our students apply to a range of universities globally, and not just for medicine, for engineering, for law, and so on. So what we do is we provide strategy for students to work on a global strategic pathway to make sure they are prepared for any destinations. And again, the key thing is prepare your children earlier. If you get to year 12 and you want to apply to Stanford and also apply to Oxbridge, well, Oxbridge is tough enough, and Stanford has 8 essays. So it's time constraints. Time is the biggest constraint. We get students in sixth form, we have 10 months to prepare them, 10 months excluding holidays. And in 10 months is what we achieve, what other schools take 5 years to achieve these phenomenal results. We also prepare students, obviously, we also help students with scholarship application. I would urge you to apply for scholarship because you get your children into the habit of applying, becoming a scholar, applying, because when they get to university, they have to apply for training placements, they have to apply for jobs, they have to apply for research grants and things like that. So getting into the habit of applying is always good, regardless of the outcome. Again, I want to focus on let's ditch the expectation, let's embrace the journey. Right? Scholarships applications, so we've had every year students applying for scholarship, and we've had phenomenal results. I mean, Cambridge Medicine, which is very expensive, and Jenny got full scholarship to study Cambridge Medicine, and also for other courses as well. For scholarship applications, you have to submit an additional personal statement for certain scholarship that you apply for. Also, you may have another interview as well on top. So it's in addition to your university application, you would submit a personal statement, you would submit, and you would go for an interview. Right, so the first career group, healthcare and biological science. That's the first career group. Try this career group, try courses. So this career group it includes medicine, dentistry, life sciences, biological, biomedical sciences, natural sciences. And these are students, obviously we have more students than this, but they just happen to be the most photogenic, which is why they're on the slide. And you can see the grades that they have achieved. The main thing is not to revel in their success. The point is, do you see the number of subjects? You got Oliver here with 3 subjects. You have Zirong here with 3 plus EPQ. You have Michelle with 4 subjects plus EPQ. You have Angela with 5 subjects. Oliver got into Cambridge Medicine with 3. Angela got into Cambridge Medicine with 5 subjects. So what is the message here? Well, the message is not one size fits all. Everybody has a personalized journey. We don't have to be in the rat race to try to do more and more A-level subjects because you think that would be the bonus points. If somebody can cope with 5 and they can get straight A stars, great, do it. But if not, stick with 3. You don't have to do more, and you certainly don't have to do more something that's going to really affect your personal strategy, but also is going to affect your other things that you're doing, your supercurricular, your life in general. So you can make life easier. You can work on a personalized journey. As you can see here, students are doing different number of subjects, right? And then the next career group, physical science and mathematics. Again, you can see students are taking different number of subjects. You got 4 subjects, got 5 subjects. You have with EPQ, without EPQ, and they're getting into various different courses. We have Tamilan, Imperial College London, computing, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. We've just heard everything about artificial intelligence and machine learning at Imperial. You have Maria taking physics with theoretical physics. I also had a student who did physics with music at Imperial. So you can combine things. You can find courses that suits you. Again, you can see different number of subjects, and you can also see in every slide I'm showing you, you can also see students who've had scholarship, who've made through scholarship applications as well. I want to share with you a Peldon story. So Peldon came from Malaysia. He was not, so somebody just asked me earlier on, what if my child is not the brightest or the best? Peldon came from Malaysia. He was never the best student in his school. He was a good student, but he wasn't the top student or exceptional student, as in, when you rank students. He came to OIC, discovered his passion for computer science, fall in love. He basically eat, breathe, sleep computer science. And I still remember his first draft of his personal statement. He was so honest. He wrote in his personal, he said, I've never been a top student, but I really fall in love with computer science. And then he talked about all the evidences and stuff. Don't worry, we changed his personal statement. We didn't submit it with that draft. I've never been a top student. And he got into Cambridge. despite the fact that actually when he applied to Trinity College, one of the colleges at Cambridge, and we had another student that year who also applied to Trinity, and he had 11 A stars in his GCSEs, and he's always been #1 in his school. And when both of them applied, I sat them down and I said to Peldon, Peldon, you sure you want to compete at this level? Because your peer, your colleague who's also applying, had 11 A stars. I mean, there are 30 colleges. You can choose another college. And Peldon said, Miss, you always preach to us, we should just enjoy the process. I've got nothing to lose. I really like Trinity. I'm just going to go for it and see what happens. And that's what he did. He applied to Trinity. He went for it despite the fact the bar was so much higher. He's competing not only with other students, but with his colleague who had, technically on paper, much better results. But yet he smashed the admissions test and he smashed his interview, and then he got into Cambridge, and he graduated last year. But for me, what was really brilliant as an educator was to see his confidence that, you know what, I don't really care about the outcome. I'm just going to enjoy this process, and I just enjoy computer science. I think Trinity College offers a good course, is a good college, so I'm just going to go for it. And I think that confidence is contagious. I mean, that's just great that he got to that level, that he was able to say that. So hopefully that gives you an indication that, yes, of course, you have different experiences to perhaps British students. You may have come from national curriculum where you may not be the top of your school. It's okay. It's fine. You just need to find your strategy, work at it, find your passion, build evidence for your passion, and then based on good strategy, enjoy the process, and you may get the outcomes. The third career group, which is the broadest career group, social science, humanities, and commerce, which covers law, psychology, PPE, economics, global business, lots of different combinations. This is the broadest career group. These three career groups covers 98% of all courses at top universities, at G5 universities. The only course it doesn't cover are things like music or performing arts, because you need to have auditions for that. So these three career groups covers 98% of all courses. Again, as you can see, students have different number of subjects. You have 4 subjects, 3 subjects, and you have students who didn't get straight A stars, but still got into Cambridge. You have students with A star B got into LSE. So it's a personalized strategy. It's not one size fits all. That I think should be key. Right? Because I think we're always in this race to try to do what other people do, right? So I think we need to discover what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, and then work on the basis of our strengths and weaknesses, and then create this portfolio, right? OIC program, just to share with you what we do. As I mentioned, is Strategic Global Pathway. Every student has an academic strategy tutor, similar to kind of like a bit more like an Oxbridge-style supervision, where they have academic strategy tutor who's helping them and guiding them through this whole process, not just for the UK, but for US, Australia, Canada, Ireland, Hong Kong, Singapore, and so on. I also had students who applied back to Korea as well for medicine as well. There has been 1 or 2 students. So it's really a personalized strategy to maximize admissions chances. So every student has an academic strategy tutor, as well as they have career mentors as well, guiding them, making sure that they are enjoying this process, making sure that this is what they really want to do, because otherwise when you get to interview, you have to demonstrate that passion. A-levels is obviously the qualification you take before you go on to, you apply to universities. So A-level is a 2-year program or an 18-month program. So 2 years starts in September or 18 months starts in January. There are no compulsory subjects at this stage. Some courses, they do have compulsory subject. Medicine, you have to have chemistry. Biology, they say prefer, but every time you see the word, I know the universities are here, but every time you see the word prefer, just do them, because they really want you to do it. And you do need to choose the subjects based on what you want to do. So for example, if you want to do engineering, you need to have maths and further maths and physics. If you want to do economics, then if you must have maths, and your 4th subject could be further maths. If you're doing medicine, then obviously it's chemistry, biology, and maths goes with that as well. So make sure you're choosing the right subjects. But how do you get to that point? Well, that discovery starts earlier on. You have to discover your passion much earlier on so that when you get to this stage, you're choosing the right subjects. You know, I had a student, just very quickly, going back to this girl here, Karen. When she first started, she wanted to do medicine, and then she decided, she actually went on the Global Space Design Challenge. I had 2 students that, because of Randall, I had to change their whole strategy because of Randall's programs, because they went on to a few, they do super curricular activities, they go for work experience, wider reading, projects and competitions. Karen came back and she said to me, Miss, I think I've discovered my passion now, I want to do engineering. So because she chose the right subjects at the beginning, she was able to change. And she still got in to Cambridge. I had another boy who said when he first joined, he said he wanted to do medicine from the age of 5. And then he went to NASA for the finals. He came back and he sat me down and he said, I have news for you. And I thought it was something serious. And then he said, well, I want to change my career. I thought my first thought was, thank God. And then my second thought is, well, now we have to change your strategy and what you do. But you know, you can change your mind, but obviously to reduce your stress, to reduce the pressure, it is better if you can discover before you start your year 12, so that you make the right decisions afterwards. But even if so, you can still change, but it's just that the intensity increases every time you change. GCSE is the qualification before you take A-levels. Now, some of you might be thinking, do I take GCSEs or do I show my Korean qualification if you are studying in Korea? The problem is at the time when you apply, you have to show achieved results. Universities don't just rely on predicted grades because schools can inflate their predictions. So they do look at your GCS, they do look at achieved results. So if you only have school report, then you have to demonstrate you are in the top 1% of your school, which then becomes a problem because in Korean system, every school is different, right? You have, so whereas if you take GCSE, it's more in your control. You don't have to show you in the top 1%, you just have to show that you are getting A stars, or as you know, the highest grade possible. So I would recommend those of you who are at the right age, I would definitely say if you want it to be more in your control, then GCSEs will be a better option. So at OIC, we do a 1-year GCSE program, but in our new campus, OIC Brighton, we offer from year 9 to year 13. Again, we're excited about OIC Brighton because my biggest constraint when I have students that come to me is time. 10 months to prepare them before they apply, 10 months of students that come from different academic backgrounds, different life experiences, and to shape them and mold them and find their passion in 10 months is very, very tough. So this is why we're excited by our OIC Brighton campus, because now we can shape them and mold them and making sure that they can enjoy other aspects of their life and their activities while still focusing on this strategy. All right, you've already heard a lot from Oxford, Cambridge, and Imperial, but I'm just going to give you a sense of like a little bit more mechanical process of what do you take to enter top university. First of all, why should you go to a top university? We've already talked about that, as I said earlier on to the students here. Your parents will love you no matter which university you go to, right? Trust me on that. My mother said to me when I left, you better go to a top university, otherwise I'm not going to talk to you, but I know she was lying. So they will always love you no matter what. The key thing about why should you go to a top university really is a lifestyle choice. Do you want that kind of a lifestyle choice? You know, I know students who've gone to Cambridge, for example, sets them work even before they start their course. And, you know, again, it's a lifestyle choice. Do you want to have that kind of, because it is tough at these universities, but it does teach you life skills as well, like resilience, prioritization, managing your workload, and still having fun. I mean, the kids who go to these universities do have fun. It's not like they're working all the time, but it's just that there is a more intellectual debates going on. It's more of a different, like the network you have is different. And I know they might disagree with this, but I have seen some research where it says a degree from a top university sometimes does help with the job market, especially obviously when you come back to this part of the world as well. So that is true. But again, you know, just going through the process and applying for the very top, if you don't get number 1, you get number 2, number 3, equally very, very good. Right, so what do you need to get into top universities? Obviously, academic results is important. That's what gets your foot in the door. Once you get your foot in the door, then you've got the admission test, your interview, your personal statement, your references. This is what we would say the steps to complete this, step to get here, to fulfill this at a very high level would be supercurricular activities, and I'll talk about that in more detail. So if we look at this cycle, the key things that they're looking for, GCSEs or IGCSEs or equivalent, and I say equivalent, it has to be a standardized exam. If it's a school report, universities have a hard time in assessing you and comparing you. So GCSEs, IGCSE or equivalent. Then you have AS. Not every school in the UK takes AS. AS is a standalone qualification which is taken at the end of year 12. And AS provides evidence for prediction. But AS will not replace this as achieve results because GCSE gives you breadth of subjects. AS is only 4 subjects because A-level you take 4 subjects. So this is still a key requirement in terms of set of achieved results. Now, if you're at the stage where you have not been able to take GCSEs, that's fine too. You can apply without GCSEs. But what I'm trying to say is that if you're at the stage where you can make that choice, then I would definitely go for GCSEs or IGCSEs, if you can make that choice. If you can't make that choice, it doesn't matter. We have had students who don't have GCSEs or IGCSEs but still have been successful. It's just that your route is slightly more harder than those who have taken GCSEs. So then you have AS results, which provides evidence, and of course, as we said, personal statement, interviews, and admission test. So this is a very important timeline. So as I said earlier on, this is a whole mechanical process. I'm not talking about anything interesting here like you've heard computer science and research and so on. But this is a mechanical process for you to have an awareness of how to plan for your children and for your students to plan as well. So if you were assuming that you start A-levels in September, so let's assume you start A-level in September, the first row here is year 12, second row here is year 13. So you start your A-level in September, you sit for your AS exams in June, you get your results in August, and you do all the supercurricular activities during that period. You start your year 13 in September. If you're aiming for Oxbridge or medicine or dentistry or veterinary, you'll be applying in October. You will then take most of your admission tests in November, although this is changing. The dates for this is changing. And then December, you take interviews. And then January to May, you will receive decisions. June, you will sit A-level exam. August, you receive A-level results. October, you start university. Provided you're holding an offer and you meet the conditions, you start university. Happy days, right? Very easy. All done. Very simple, right? Now, the key thing here is students can get rejected here at this point. They can get rejected at this point, or they can get rejected at this point, way before you've taken your A-level exams. So even if you've had straight A stars, because a lot of families come to me and they say, my son or my daughter had straight A stars, why didn't they get into Oxbridge? Why did they get into Imperial? Well, first, because they're very competitive, but secondly, is because you have not focused probably on your supercurricular activities, because that is equally important to these universities, not just the grades. As I've shown you, students who didn't get straight A stars, but they met the conditions of the offer. If you look at the A-level, if you look at the offers set by these universities, the offers are normally A star AA or A star A star A. I have not seen any course where they've required 4 A stars. Right? So that tells you that academic is only one aspect of the application, one aspect. Important aspect, but one aspect. So even if you finish your A-levels and you got straight A stars, and then you decide I'm going to apply the following year, take a gap year and apply the following year, you still have to sit for admission tests. You still have to submit personal statement. You still have to go for interviews. So none of this changes. So that tells you you need to focus on academic as well as your career preparation. So parents, when you receive your children's report card, when you see their report card, great, they got A stars, they got A's, fantastic. But ask them, what books are you reading? What do you reflect from that book? What work experience have you gone on to? What lectures have you listened to? What debates you've listened to? What maybe podcasts or webinars or online sessions or in-person sessions? What have you done to gain that interest, to cement your interest, to cement your and reaffirm your career choices or your course choices? Those are as important questions as you would have from just looking at their results. Right? So those are the questions you need to be asking on a daily basis. Actually, that should be the answer for the for the forum earlier on. That should be what you'll be asking your children on a daily basis. Right, because I'm a chemist, biochemist, and I love formulas, I'm going to give you a secret recipe. The secret recipe is 1 + 2 + 3 gets you the offer, 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 gets you into university. You can take a picture of this if you like. So 1 + 2 + 3 gets you the offer, 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 gets you into university. This bit here and these two are supercurricular. This here are academics. So I've given you the secret recipe. Now I'm going to give you my formula, okay? Right, so how have we been so successful in getting international students to top university? I'm going to share with you my formula. Gaining the competitive edge for university and beyond. Right, there are 3 pillars, and it's an integrated curriculum. Academic excellence, career preparation, and personal development. If I was to give one pillar slightly more percentage, I would say this, depending on when you stand, where you started, sorry, if you start in year 12, year 11, year 12, then this is so crucial. But really, this needs to start from year 7 onwards. As soon as you enter high school, you want to discover your passion, discover and explore the different areas, different career, different courses. And that's what I said earlier on. You want to try to explore the 3 different career groups: healthcare, biological sciences, physical sciences and mathematics, social science, commerce, and humanities. Try out the different career groups. Change it every term. Now, how do you try? How do you do this? Well, you do it by wider reading. So I think today I've sent you have leaflets on a reading club that we have started, so a reading project. So that gets you assigned to a mentor who can actually introduce you to the different career groups, different courses, and help you to choose your books, get you to read them, and then grill you on those books, really test on what you're learning from those books. And then, of course, you change books according to your interest. But there's a mentor who can guide you with that reading. And also work experience. We've heard from Randall about pro-ed education, pro-ed work experience opportunities. That's another way to discover, okay, what is it that I like, what is it I don't like, right? So let's talk about academic excellence first. So how do we get these fantastic results? So I've used this concept: active recall, spaced repetition, retrieval learning. These are not concepts I've designed. These have been existing since 20th century. But it's just schools don't use it effectively. And that's what I've used. I've used that in my teaching and learning. And that's the reason why we've been really successful in getting students from D grade to an A-star grade. As I said, my journey started with non-selective students. But this is the design that has worked for both my colleges. And now we're going to the 3rd school now. With OIC Brighton. And again, this is really the system that has worked for me. So active recall is the way we teach and learn. Spaced repetition is through our assessments, weekly assessments. And retrieval learning is through our cumulative assessments. So that's how. So we use the data that we get from these assessments to really be efficient in our support classes. So if, for example, a student gets 80%, great, they got an A grade, they've lost 20%. So I'm interested in what they don't know, not what they do know. Because I get frustrated every time I go for my parents' teacher meeting for my son, and they always tell me things I know. It's like, tell me what I don't know, right? He's there in school more than he's at home. So tell me what I don't know. So I'm interested in what you don't know rather than what you do know. So 20% that you lost in your paper, we then use that to identify why. Is that due to lack of technique, lack of revision, or lack of understanding? And based on that, the teachers will then provide the support classes in that week. So that's what happens with the retrieval learning. Of course, we have passionate teachers, teachers who are really focused in their subjects, really care about the subjects. But with passionate teachers, you also need to have strong systems as well. Career preparation, this is what supercurricular, this is really the star of the topic today. Supercurricular is what I really would encourage you to start ASAP. So beyond the syllabus, programs, awards and competitions, clubs and societies, further personal development. So 1 to 4 clockwise, these are all supercurricular strands, activities that you need to be doing. 5 and 6 is at the end, those are strategy. By the time you get to year 12, you will be focusing on these two, but from year 7 onwards, you need to be doing these. Right? Let's talk a little bit more about what does each category means. Personal development, very crucial, very important. There are 3 types of clubs. We have 40 different clubs in our college, but there are 3 types. It was broken down to 3 different types of clubs. Academic clubs, like medical society, law society, engineering society. Skill club debating, or it could be chess, debating, young enterprise, so skill club. And then we have fun club, like glee club, music, arts, and so on. So we have 3 types of clubs, academic club, fun club, and skill club. If there is one club that I would really recommend all of your children to take part in, is debating. But I warn you, they'll start debating with you. Because I did that happen to my son, with my son and me. But debating club is fantastic because it's not about turning your children to be extroverts if they're introverts. It's not about that. It's not even about public speaking. But debating is the ability to think on your spot, is the ability to argue and present your cases. That is a skill that will help you for interview. That will be a skill that will help you to question things. So debating is something, if you can start doing it now, I would definitely recommend you to start doing that in your schools. So even if you are feeling a bit shy about it, even if you're not an extrovert, it still helps you to answer questions on the spot, right? And also, our debating coach, who's from Oxford University, she tells our students when she first starts her first session, it is the only legal way to fight. So that is the only legal way to fight. So it's like, it's a great way to actually learn how to communicate. So debating will be something that I would definitely recommend everybody. And of course, you have other types of clubs and societies. Like if you want to do computer science, you want to take part in computing club, medicine, medical society, engineering society, psychology society. All these societies will help you to build that passion, demonstrate, and not just attend it as a member. Please do something about it. Reflection is very important. One of the things that I find is some students just do it as a tick box. When we were in Hong Kong, I explained that I met a mother who had certificates of her child from age 2. She had a whole bundle of certificates. She was showing me the certificates from age 2. When I looked at that, I felt I was a failed mother because I never collected certificates for my son. But she was showing me her certificates and keep showing me. The book was endless. So I was like, and then when I turned to the child and I started asking some questions, he couldn't answer me. So reflection is key. It's not just taking part in these as a tick list, right? In fact, you probably do less, but do it quality. That's probably much better than doing so much and then not being able to talk about it. What can you do now? So what are the tangible steps for you? What can you do now? Well, the first thing is start the process of career mapping, number 1. Number 2 is not as important as when you get to year 12 or year 13. So don't worry about number 2. I know here, probably after today, you're convinced you're going to be applying to Oxford, Cambridge, and Imperial after hearing these fantastic people talking about their universities. But this is really something that you should leave till the last. But number 1 and number 3, very important. Start the process of career mapping. And then number 3, master the idea of working in parallel of your academics and career. They're both equally important. I know we're so used to just looking at school report and saying, did you get an A? Oh, it's not good enough, go and get an A. But you need to look at other things as well. So let's look at number 3 in more detail. Number 1 is really focusing on that 3 career groups and trying out the 3 different career groups until you've mastered what you want. And that's the reason why we started the reading club, and then you've obviously got work experience through ProEd as well. Number 3, let's look into this. So these are academic. This is supercurricular. That's the differentiation. So academic are obviously your lessons. but also admission test and interview, also considered to be academic. But supercurricular is what contributes everything to your academic. Joining clubs and societies, reading, membership with academic bodies and institutions, attending guest lectures and academic conferences, research project, HPQ at GCSE level, EPQ at A level, online courses, MOOCs, work observation, virtual or in person, volunteering, personal development, taking part in essay competitions or competitions in general. Now, every month, Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, especially Oxford and Cambridge, they release a set of competitions that you can take part in. Take part. Win or lose doesn't matter. And if you start now, by the time you get to year 12, you'll be ready. You will win something, right? But you got to start ASAP. Don't wait until you're in year 12. Because by the time you get to year 12, you only have 10 months before you apply to university, if you exclude the holidays. So start now. So the oxygen of all this, in my opinion, as an international student going through this process, I would say is reading. That's the oxygen, because if you don't read, and I have seen economic students who want to apply to LSE, when I ask them what books have you read, literally they have read perhaps Korean literature or Hong Kong literature or Malaysian literature, but they have not read enough of economics books, economics related books. And that is the reason why they don't get offers from those universities, because you haven't done enough reading. So reading is important, and as a rule of thumb, try to prepare 2 years in advance. What that means is try to read at a higher level. Try to read books that are beyond your textbooks, beyond your curriculum, and try to always be 2 years ahead when it comes to reading, when it comes to work experience and all that. So by the time you get to A-level, you can enhance even further. You will be at a instead of starting at ground 0, you will start at ground 10. Right? So that's key. So starting early is key. And the oxygen there starts with reading, then work experience. So the tangible things that you can do from today, reading, you can take part in work experience, you can take part in competitions. And all these things build up your supercurricular, and you'll discover your passion through this array of activities. And this is something that we do in our college. We embed that in our curriculum so that we make sure that students are doing supercurricular as well as the admission test preparation, interview preparation, and obviously their academics as well. Right, so this is the pathway. Year 7 onwards, this gives you a little bit more direction in terms of how you should plan for your children. So if your child is in year 7, so year 7 would be around age 12, 13, 12, I would say, year 7, 12. And that goes on till they apply to university at the age of 16, 17. But I know that in the Korean system, they're slightly older, right? Yes. So because in Malaysia, I came to do A-levels when I was 17. So I went to university. So it is the same, I think, similar to Malaysian system, where it's a year longer, right? So this age group that I'm showing you is for British students. It starts from 12 onwards until they get to 16 when they apply, when they get to A-levels. But if you are so what I'm trying to say is that your age doesn't have to correlate the same as British students. What matters is your experiences. So don't worry about trying to match with British kids. Don't worry about, oh, my child is already 17. Can he get into top universities? Yes, you can. The age is not relevant here. What is relevant is what you do from high school. As soon as you enter high school, what do you do? This yellow box here continues every year. You just have to add another box. So yellow box here, you go on till the end. Year 10, you choose the right GCSE subjects, A-level subjects. Year 12, you strategize and focus your preparation, choose your universities. Year 13, you sit for admission tests, submit application, attend interviews, and after year 13, you obtain your A-level results, meet your conditions, and start university. Happy days, right? Happy days. Very easy, very easy. So simple. Right, so how can we help you? Then of course there are things that we can help you with. We can help you with career exploration, admission tests, mentoring. If you want to get any university help, university consultancy, if you need any help with that, we're very happy to help you in these. And as I said, Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial do a lot of outreach activities as well. So there are things that you can assess on their websites as well. And again, year 7, year 10, year 12, year 13. I've listed it so that you have tangible action points that you can take from here. Again, the first one, you must do every year until you apply. In fact, even after you apply, you must continue with this. I had a student, his name is Mountain from Hong Kong, and he applied to Oxford for mathematics, and he got in mathematics. And is in year 13, after he submitted his application, after he had his offers, he took part in the biology Olympiad. And he didn't even take A-level biology. He took part in A-level in biology Olympiad, got a gold medal. He doesn't even study biology A-levels, but that will add to his CV. So when he goes to Oxford and they look at his CV and they'll be like, wow, okay, so you've done these things, because he can then use that to further enhance his area of research. And so he can use mathematics and biology, for example, if that is the area of interest. But so you don't have to stop. It's not that, oh, this is a tick list and I get to the point where I get the offer and then, oh, it's done. No, this is lifelong. This is when you get to top universities, you want to continue with this habit of continuing developing your passion, building evidence for your passion, right? Your pathway to university is unique to you. Everyone is different. Everyone must have a personalized journey, right? Because put it this way, your life experiences living in Seoul will be different to the life experiences of a British student, right? You'll be different to a Malaysian student, different to a Singaporean student, because there are differences within what we do. And in Asia, there's so many different options of curriculum. You have your Korean system, you have American system, you have IB, you have A-levels. It is very confusing. What is the right strategy to get there? So again, it's choosing the right curriculum so that you are at a place where you can apply anywhere. That, I think, should be key. So you want to get to a point where you get to year 12, you have done enough projects, enough activities, US will love you too, as well as Oxbridge will love you, right? So you want to get to the point that you have done enough of these, you have enriched your experiences. That's key. And for parents not to just focus on their academics, do focus on the super curricula. This is some pictures of our new campus, OIC Brighton. I'm not going to be a real estate here and talk about properties, but this is a beautiful site, it's our new campus. There's courses at OIC Brighton, year 9, year 10, year 11, year 12, and year 13. And of course, we will be offering supervised studies, super curricular program, and so on. Just to going back on this campus, I did my A-levels in Brighton, not in this school. I did A-levels in Brighton, and it just seems to be my journey is a full circle. So I went to the UK, to Brighton, to do my A-levels, then went Cambridge, Cardiff, Oxford, and now it's like a trapezium. And now Brighton. But it's a beautiful place, and for those of you who've never been to Brighton, it's like a resort area. It's a beach area, seaside, lots of seafood. So anyway. If you want to follow me on Instagram, I do post a lot of materials on my Instagram about education. It might be boring, it's not K-pop, but I do post a lot of materials about education. In fact, in Hong Kong, parents who have asked us questions, all of us have answered questions. So if you want to follow that, you can hear the answers that we have. Maybe you have similar questions, but we have answered those questions. So please follow me on Instagram. And finally, very quickly, I just want to share with you some admission test questions and interview questions for you to try. Students, I would like you to try. Parents, I let you off. But I think it'll be great fun. Can I have a timekeeper? Would you be a timekeeper for me? Per minute, per question, 1 minute. Will you be a time? Okay, Suna will be a timekeeper. Wait, don't worry, it's not starting yet. I still have a few more. Right, this is a list. This is a list of admission tests ranging from medicine, engineering, law, economics, mathematics, and so on. It's a range of admission tests. The list is not exhaustive. Most students will sit for more than one admission test, obviously. So let's try some examples of university admission tests. Ready? This is BMAT, not there yet. This is BMAT for medicine, and as you can see, not interviewed, but no place and place. So you can see the bar chart, and as you can see, the higher the results, the more likely you will get a place. There are some students who do get places with lower BMAT scores, but that is based on contextualized data. So contextualized data means Oxford and Cambridge, Imperial, all the G5 universities, in fact, all universities, they do look at the background the students come from, but that is for home students, not for international, because there's no way they can do a data search for the whole world. They only do that for the UK. So really, that doesn't apply to you. You would have to be in this range and above. Okay, because the rest is contextualized data. Right, let's try some questions. It's for fun.
어드미션 테스트인데 이거 한 1분 정도 시간을 주거든요. 오케이.
Oh, start.
1분이거든요. 그래서 1분 되면 제가 스톱할게요. 그래서 한번
Ready? Oh, wow, okay. Ready, question 1. If you look at a clock and the time is 9:45, what is the angle between the hour and the minute hands? And you have 1 minute to answer this question. Students, I expect you to try. Parents, up to you. If you're going to share with your children later on, they might ask you to do them before you make them do it.
seconds.
20 seconds. Done? 5 seconds.
Stop.
Oh, stop. Okay, everyone stop. How many of you say A? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first step to get into top university, I kid you not, this is the most important recipe, most important formula to get into any of their universities is courage. Right, so everyone must try the question. Right, so A, put your hands up again, A. Right, B, C, D, and E. By the way, I'm loving it. The parents are taking part because in Hong Kong, we didn't get that. We only got the kids taking part. So this is brilliant. I love it. Salute to South Korea. Right. And the answer is D. And we haven't got time to go through. Otherwise, I would get Andre to explain. Right. Next question. Ready? Next question. What can we assume that he intends to appear? This is what you get on my Instagram rather than K-pop. So as you try this question, you can see that it's not an academic question that you will see in your textbook. This requires thinking skills, right? It's not something you would see in your maths textbook or chemistry textbook or biology textbook. 10 seconds. Stop. Okay. I love pseudo stop. Right. A. Put your hands up for A. B. Okay, remember courage and consistent courage. Consistent courage. C. D. And E. And the answer is E. Okay, do you want the good news or the bad news first? Good news. Good news is that everyone who starts this journey, I've not seen anybody who on day one gets 100%. They all have to go through a process of practicing every day. You know what we said about before, how do you reach top level? It's practicing every day. Do you want the bad news? These are level 1 questions. It's like computer game, you know, we have like levels. Right. And by the way, these are a range of questions that I've taken from different admission tests. So this is not specifically to one admission test. Right, next question. This is a maths question. Start 1 minute. How many can she buy? This is a take it to your, if anyone here, which I hope you don't, but if anyone here goes to a Hagwon, you could try to get your Hagwon teachers to try these questions. I hope you don't go to Hagwon. You don't have to go till late nights and stuff. Ten seconds. In Hong Kong, some people were trying to use calculator to answer this. This is a non-calculator. Stop. Great. Okay. A, B, remember courage and consistent courage. C, D, and E. Oh gosh, there was no courage for this. Everyone chose to abstain. What happened to maths? Right. And the answer is C. By the way, we're not doing it 1 minute because we're limited by time because of the session today. It is genuinely only 1 minute. You only get 30 seconds to 1 minute to answer these questions. So that's the time you have in the test. So it's not just because of the event. Yeah, these are actual time frame that you have. We're going to skip the next question because it's a bit too long. Which of the following names should they choose? So you can take a picture of that if you want to. I'll give you the answer, but we're going to skip that because we're going to go to one which is dead easy, right? Which hopefully boosts your morale next. And the answer to this is D, Mita. Okay, let's try the next one. Next one is 30 seconds, guys. Ready for the next one? 30 seconds, next one. Trust me, it is dead easy. And the answer is, well, the question is, the rule of which set does the test shape follow? This is so easy. Hamish, you're going to have to answer this one. 30 seconds. Okay, A, B, C. So many people still abstain. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, most of you did answer this right. Answer is C. Well done, excellent. Hopefully that leaves you with a good morale boost. These are level 1 questions, but you can practice them. And they do look at admission tests. I know Andrea mentioned it earlier on, admission tests, aptitude tests is very crucial. You also get essay questions as well. So there are 3 types of questions: multiple choice questions, open-ended questions, and essay questions. There are 3 types of questions. By the way, talking about admission test, for Cambridge, from 2024, they are reforming the admission test. There will be no admission test from 2024 at Cambridge. So that is BMAT for all the medical schools, ANGA for Cambridge, NSAA for Cambridge, TSA is Oxford. So Cambridge admissions testing are reforming from 2024. There will be no admission test for Cambridge admission testing. However, before you all get excited, what does that mean to you? Well, actually, very little, because they will bring another form of test. So you still have to work on admission test skills. Admission test skills are advanced maths, advanced science, reasoning, critical thinking, problem solving, essay writing, both essay writing for science and humanities, because the skills are slightly, or the content is different, obviously. So you still have to work on your admission test skills, because they will come up with a new test. Personal statement is also changing. I know we heard from Alison earlier about personal statement is also changing. Instead of having a 4,000 characters, 27 lines, it will be 6 series of questions. 6 series of questions. What does that mean to you? Nothing. You still have to do the same supercurricular activities. You're just answering them in a different format. So nothing actually changed from you apart from the format. Every 5 years, every 10 years, things changes, but essentially, the skills still the same, right? The knowledge and skills still the same. Interview question, I'm just going to share with you very quickly. Examples of interview questions. Right. I give you £100, you must offer part of it to someone. If they reject the offer, you get nothing. How much do you offer? That's an economics question. How hot does the air have to be in a hot air balloon if I want to use it to lift an elephant? Material science. Do they teach you that in your textbook? No. How many grains of sand are there in the world? Physics. Does a snail have a consciousness? Experimental psychology. These are some of the questions that have been asked previously. Now, these are abstract questions. Of course, your whole interview will not be abstract questions. They will obviously ask you subject-specific questions. For example, they could give you a graph, and they could say, summarize the graph. What defines a mammal? What do the deviation from the line show? Can brain size relative to body size tell us anything about intelligence? Are there any flaws in the study? What body weight does the dog have? Again, it's not something that will be in your curriculum. That is why I said wider reading, work experience, listening to podcasts, documentaries, all these things will help you to get to a stage where you sit on the interview chair and there's always something that you have done that you can relate to, right? To answer these questions. Or it could be history. They give you a map like this. What do you find interesting about it? When do you think the map was made? Where is it from? What is it showing? What does the name of the map suggest? How could this be relevant today? I can tell you for a fact, I asked my history teacher, this is not in their curriculum for history. But they could give you something that is outside of the confines of your curriculum and test you on your reasoning skills, on your ability to think. Interview questions for economics. Again, they could ask you, can we really measure GDP? Does a balance of trade deficit matter? Right, so this is not, again, something you do at economics A-level. Well, it is linked to economics A-level, but you need to be able to communicate, debate, discuss. Right, so again, more reading, more work experience, all these things will help you to formulate your answers. This law, they give you a scenario, you answer law questions based on that. Right, again, as I said, you can follow me on Instagram for any questions. But we are, I think, obviously, I know it's 6 o'clock, but if you have any questions, we are here. If you want to ask anything in particular.
오케이. 박수 큰 박수 한번 좀 부탁드릴게요. 예. 그리고 말이 굉장히 좀 빨랐는데 좀 이해가 됐는지 모르겠어요. 그래도 약간은 좀 대학교 레벨보다는 A레벨 수준이니까 그래도 좀 많은 이해가 됐을 거라고 생각됩니다. 그러면 여기서 저희가 준비한 포럼을 마치도록 하고요. 그다음에 뭐 질문이 있으신 분들은 개인적으로 좀 질문을 하실 기회를 좀 드릴게요. 그리고 멀리서 오신 분이 있거든요. 뭐 진주에서 오신 분도 있고 부산에서 올라오신 분들이 있거든요. 먼저 오셔가지고 궁금한 거 해주셔도 되고. About that before you go. Yeah.
So if you want to get any information about ProEd, Randall is here. He can talk to you about the courses offered at ProEd as a first step for work experience. There is the reading club. Which again, if you want to start reading, wider reading, then this is, I think, would be very useful to get your children. I've got 11-year-olds